Today, I've prepared the biography of Barack Obama. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. Welcome to our gentle journey through the life of Barack Obama, the 44th President of the United States. As you settle deeper into your pillow, allow yourself to drift with the peaceful rhythm of this remarkable life story. Let the tensions of your day melt away as we explore the path of a boy from Hawaii who would one day make history. The soft whisper of these words will accompany you as you gradually transition into your dreams. Your eyelids may feel heavier with each sentence, and that's perfectly fine. Rest easy as we begin our soothing exploration of Barack Obama's inspiring journey. In the gentle warmth of a summer evening in Hawaii, on August 4, 1961, a child was born who would one day lead a nation. Barack Hussein Obama II came into this world at the Kapiolani Medical Center in Honolulu, a place where the soft Pacific breezes carried the sweet scent of plumeria blossoms through open windows. The island's rhythmic waves lapped against distant shores as this newborn took his first breaths, unaware of the remarkable journey that lay ahead of him. His mother, Stanley Ann Dunham, was just 18 years old when she welcomed her son into the world. A thoughtful young woman with curious eyes and an adventurous spirit, Anne, as she preferred to be called, had traveled far from her Kansas roots. She possessed a gentle determination and an openness to the world that would deeply influence her son. In the quiet moments of early motherhood, she would rock baby Barack to sleep, humming soft melodies as the ceiling fan turned lazily overhead, creating a soothing rhythm that blended with the natural symphony of Hawaii's nighttime creatures. Had journeyed even further to reach those island shores. Born and raised in Nyang'omakaji'lo, a small village in Kenya near the shores of Lake Victoria, the elder Obama had come to Hawaii as part of a special program to educate promising young African students. He carried with him the rich traditions of the Luo people, stories of savanna sunsets, and the dignified bearing of a man determined to create positive change for his homeland. His voice, deep and melodious with its Kenyan accent, would fill rooms with thoughtful observations about economics and politics, leaving impressions that lingered like the fading notes of a beautiful song. The union between Anne and Barack Sr. was uncommon for its time, taking place in 1961, when interracial marriages were still illegal in many American states. Their love story unfolded against the backdrop of a changing America, where old prejudices were being challenged by new ideals of equality and understanding. Young Barack would later come to understand the courage this required, the quiet bravery of two young people following their hearts despite societal expectations. The marriage, however, was not destined to endure. Barak was just 2 years old, his father received an opportunity to continue his education at Harvard University. Financial constraints and complex personal circumstances led to a parting of ways. Barak S.R. returned first to Cambridge, Massachusetts, and eventually to Kenya, while Anne remained in Hawaii with their young son. In the gentle Hawaiian twilight, she would sometimes point to the stars and tell her little boy stories about his father's homeland, creating a mythic connection to a parent who had become a distant figure. The soft, golden light of Hawaiian mornings would filter through curtains as young Barak awakened to days filled with the simple joys of childhood. His early years were spent in the embrace of a multicultural paradise, where children of diverse backgrounds played together on beaches of fine, warm sand. The rhythmic pulse of island life, unhurried and connected to nature's patterns, formed the backdrop to his earliest memories. The scent of tropical flowers, the taste of sweet shave ice on hot afternoons, and the soothing sound of ukulele music created a sensory tapestry that would forever remain part of him. When Barak was 6 years old, his life took another significant turn. His mother had met and fallen in love with Lolo Sotoro, an Indonesian student studying in Hawaii. After their marriage in 1967, the family relocated to Indonesia, a country awakening from colonial rule and finding its way in the world. As the evening shadows lengthened across their Jakarta neighborhood, young Barak would observe his new stepfather's gentle patience and quiet strength, qualities that added another layer to his understanding of manhood. In Indonesia, Barak's days took on new rhythms and textures. He would awaken to the melodious calls of street vendors, the distant chanting from mosques, and the gentle rustling of tropical foliage outside his window. His mother, ever the educator at heart, would supplement his schooling with early morning English lessons before the heat of the day set in. Sitting together in the soft pre-dawn light, they would read American classics, her voice painting pictures of places far away as ceiling fans turned slowly overhead. The Indonesian landscape became a classroom for young Barak. He learned to move between worlds, attending local schools where he studied Indonesian language and culture, then returning home to his American mother, who kept alive his connection to her homeland. He experienced the gentle acceptance of his Indonesian neighbors and friends, absorbing valuable lessons about human commonality that transcended obvious differences. In the evenings, as tropical rainstorms drummed soothingly on the roof, he would listen to his mother's stories about civil rights movements unfolding across the ocean, planting seeds of social awareness that would quietly grow within him. After 4 years in Indonesia, Anne made the difficult decision to send 10-year-old Barak back to Hawaii to live with his maternal grandparents and receive an American education. Stanley and Madeline Dunham, whom Barak affectionately called Gramps and Toot, short for tutu, Hawaiian for grandmother, welcomed their grandson into their modest Honolulu apartment. Their love created a stable foundation during these transitional years. In the evenings, after homework was complete, his grandfather would often take him for leisurely walks, pointing out stars in the Hawaiian sky while sharing stories from his own Kansas childhood during the Great Depression, creating bridges between generations and experiences. Madeline Dunham, who worked her way up to become one of the first female vice presidents at the Bank of Hawaii, demonstrated quiet determination and professional dignity on weekend mornings. As sunlight slowly filled their apartment, she would sometimes prepare special breakfasts, the gentle clinking of dishes and the aroma of brewing coffee, creating a comforting domestic symphony. From her, Barack learned about responsibility, precision, and the value of hard work, lessons that would serve him well throughout his life. Barack attended Punahou School, a prestigious private institution in Honolulu. The campus, with its open courtyards and tropical vegetation, became the setting for his adolescent years. Here, amid the unhurried pace of island education, he developed his intellectual curiosity and began to navigate the complexities of his identity. As one of few African American students, he sometimes felt the gentle tug of not fully belonging anywhere, not quite fitting the expectations of any single community. These feelings would surface in quiet moments of reflection as evening shadows lengthened across basketball courts, where he often stayed shooting hoops long after his classmates had gone home. Basketball became more than just a sport for young Barack. It was a place of belonging, a language he could speak fluently. The rhythmic bouncing of the ball against warm concrete, the soft swish of a perfect shot, the camaraderie of teammates, these elements provided comfort and confidence during the sometimes uncertain terrain of adolescence. His grandfather would sometimes watch from courtside benches, offering gentle encouragement as the tropical sun began its slow descent toward the Pacific horizon. During these formative years, Barack experienced the loss of his father, who died in a car accident in Kenya in 1982, though they had met only once after the initial separation. During a brief visit when Barack was 10, the absence of this paternal figure created questions that would inspire deep reflection. In the privacy of his room, with Hawaiian breezes gently moving curtains at open windows, teenage Barack would sometimes read and reread the few letters his father had sent, searching for connections and understanding across continents and generations. His mother remained a powerful influence, even during periods when she was pursuing anthropological research back in Indonesia. Her letters arrived regularly, filled with observations about human culture and gentle encouragement for her son to think beyond himself. When she was in Hawaii, their conversations would often extend into the evening hours, touching on philosophy, social justice, and the responsibility of the privileged to consider the needs of others. Her voice, always measured and thoughtful, planted seeds of compassion and global awareness that would later blossom in remarkable ways. After graduating from Punahou in 1979, Barack left the gentle embrace of Hawaii for the mainland, beginning his college education at Occidental College in Los Angeles. The palm trees of California created a familiar silhouette against evening skies, but the pace and energy were different from his island home. Here, among diverse students from across the country, he began to engage more deeply with questions of social justice and political involvement. Evening discussions in dormitory lounges would sometimes continue until the first soft light of dawn appeared. As young minds wrestled with ideas about how to address inequality and create meaningful change. After 2 years at Occidental, Barack transferred to Columbia University in New York City. The contrast between Hawaii's gentle rhythms and Manhattan's constant motion could not have been more pronounced. Yet in this urban landscape of towering buildings and hurried crowds, he found spaces for contemplation, sometimes in the quiet corners of libraries where he would study political science and international relations, and sometimes in solitary walks through city parks where autumn leaves created a soft carpet beneath his feet. During his time at Columbia, Barack lived modestly, sometimes jogging in the early mornings through a city just awakening. The soft glow of streetlights would gradually give way to daybreak as he ran, his mind often working through questions about purpose and contribution. His apartment was spare but comfortable, a place where he would often read late into the night. The gentle hum of the refrigerator and distant city sounds creating a backdrop for his studies and reflections. After graduating from Columbia in 1983, Barack worked for a year at Business International Corporation, experiencing the corporate world with its rhythms of meetings and reports. But something was calling him toward more community-focused work. In 1985, he moved to Chicago to become a community organizer, working with churches and local organizations in neighborhoods affected by steel plant closings and economic hardship. In these Chicago communities, Barack found purpose in helping residents advocate for their needs, better housing conditions, job training programs, educational resources. Evening meetings in church basements became spaces of shared hopes and collaborative planning. The gentle persistence required for community organizing, building relationships, listening deeply, finding common ground among diverse perspectives, shaped his approach to leadership and change. As seasons passed from the soft renewal of spring to the golden warmth of summer, through autumn's gentle fading to winter's quiet stillness, Barack became part of the community's fabric, learning as much as he contributed. Throughout these early years, the foundation was being laid for the person Barack Obama would become. From the multicultural embrace of Hawaii, he gained an appreciation for human diversity. From his mother's example, he learned intellectual curiosity and compassion. From his grandparents, he absorbed Midwestern values of honesty and hard work. From Indonesia, he gained global perspective from community organizing. He developed skills in bringing people together around shared goals. As evening shadows lengthened across his life's landscape, Barack Obama was gradually becoming the person who would one day step onto the national stage. But in these early chapters, he was simply a young man finding his way, asking questions about identity and purpose, and learning from each experience. The gentle unfolding of his early life, with its transitions, relationships, and moments of both belonging and searching, created a foundation of understanding that would inform his later vision for bringing people together across differences. The soft blanket of night now falls across these memories of Barack Obama's early years, like stars appearing one by one in the evening sky. The experiences of childhood and young adulthood gradually formed patterns that would guide his journey forward. And as we drift toward sleep, we might reflect on how the quiet influences of family, culture, education, and community shape not just presidents, but each of us in ways both profound and gentle, creating the unique constellation of each human life. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle quiet of an evening, let us drift back through time to explore the rich tapestry of Barack Obama's family history, a lineage as diverse as America itself. His story begins not with his presidency, but with the gentle flowing of ancestral rivers that converged to create the man who would one day lead a nation. Barack Hussein Obama II was born on August 4, 1961, in the peaceful paradise of Hawaii, where ocean waves lapped softly against volcanic shores. His birth came just 2 years after Hawaii became America's 50th state, a symbolic beginning for a child whose life would embody the complex blend of cultures that is America. The warm Hawaiian breezes that caressed his infant skin carried whispers of distant shores, of Africa and Kansas, of Indonesia and the American heartland. Came from the rolling hills of Nyanza province in western Kenya, where the Luo people had lived for generations. The elder Obama was born in 1936 near the tranquil shores of Lake Victoria, in the small village of Kaniadyang. There, as a young boy, he would have heard the ancient stories of his people told around evening fires, tales that connected him to ancestors whose footsteps had pressed into that same soil for countless years. The Luo traditions valued education and eloquence, qualities that would one day be passed down to a son the elder Obama would barely know. The Kenyan landscape of his father's youth was one of gentle beauty, acacia trees stretching toward azure skies, golden grasses swaying in warm breezes, and the rhythmic sounds of village life marking the passage of days. Young Barack SR, grew up amid the final decades of British colonial rule, a time of both limitation and awakening, when dreams of independence stirred in the hearts of Kenyans. His own father, Hussein Onyango Obama, had served in the British colonial forces during World War I and had adopted aspects of British culture, including Christianity, while maintaining deep connections to Luo traditions. The Obama family in Kenya was known for its storytelling tradition, passing down oral histories that connected generations. These stories spoke of resilience, of community bonds, of respecting elders, and of the sacred connection to the land. Though the younger Obama would not grow up immersed in these traditions, their essence would find their way to him through the few stories his mother could share, and through his own journey back to Kenya as an adult. Across the vast expanse of ocean, another branch of Barack Obama's family tree took root in the rich soil of America's heartland. His mother, Stanley Ann Dunham, was born in Wichita, Kansas, on November 29, 1942. Her name itself carried a story. Her father had wanted a boy and gave his daughter a traditionally male name, perhaps an early indication of the independent spirit she would develop. Anne, as she preferred to be called, grew up in the post-war America of the 1940s and 50s, a time of prosperity and conformity, but also of simmering social change. The Dunham family's roots reached deep into American soil, with ancestors who had come from England, Ireland, Germany, and Switzerland. They were pioneers and farmers, people who had moved westward with America's expansion, carrying with them dreams of better lives. Anne's father, Stanley Armour Dunham, was born in 1918 in Wichita, the descendant of settlers who had come to Kansas when it was still a territory. Her mother, Madeline Lee Payne, was born in 1922, also in Kansas, to Midwestern stock with similar pioneer histories. The Dunham family moved frequently during Anne's childhood, from Kansas to California, back to Kansas, to Texas, and eventually to Washington State. These journeys across America's varied landscapes instilled in young Anne a sense of adaptability and openness to new experiences that she would later pass on to her son. The family finally settled in the Seattle area, where Anne attended Mercer Island High School, growing into a thoughtful young woman with an inquiring mind and progressive values that sometimes set her apart from her peers. In the quiet evenings on Mercer Island, Anne would often sit with books that transported her beyond the boundaries of her suburban life. She developed a deep interest in cultures beyond her own, reading anthropological works and dreaming of distant places. This intellectual curiosity would become one of her defining characteristics, a gift she would bestow upon her son, along with her compassionate worldview. The gentle currents of fate brought Anne Dunham and Barack Obama SR together at the University of Hawaii in 1960. Their meeting was unlikely. A young woman from Kansas and a scholarship student from Kenya. Yet, in the multicultural atmosphere of Hawaii, such encounters were possible. They met in a Russian language class, drawn together perhaps by shared intellectual interests and a certain boldness of spirit that allowed them to see beyond conventional boundaries. Their courtship was brief, their marriage quick, coming at a time when interracial relationships still faced significant social disapproval in many parts of America. Indeed, when Barack was born in 1961, laws against interracial marriage still existed in many states, though not in Hawaii. The young family's time together would be brief. Barack S.R. received a scholarship to Harvard University in 1963 and made the difficult decision to pursue his education there. Separating from his wife and young son, the marriage dissolved, and Barack Jr. would see his father only once more during his childhood, during a brief visit when he was 10 years old. When Barack was just 6 years old, his mother married again, this time to Lolo Sotoro, an Indonesian student she met at the University of Hawaii. This marriage would take young Barack to Indonesia, where he lived from age 6 to 10, experiencing daily life in Jakarta during a formative period of childhood. There, in the humid warmth of Indonesia, Barack was immersed in yet another culture, learning the Indonesian language and absorbing the customs of his stepfather's homeland. Indonesia offered young Barack a living education in cultural diversity. He attended local schools, where he was one of few foreign children, ate local foods, played with local children, and witnessed the complex realities of life in a developing nation. His mother ensured that he also maintained his American education, waking him early each morning for additional English lessons before his regular school day began. The sights and sounds of Indonesia, the calls to prayer from nearby mosques, the fragrant aromas of street food, the colorful pageantry of local celebrations, all became part of Barack's sensory memory, expanding his understanding of the world beyond American shores. These experiences planted seeds of global awareness that would later blossom into his approach to international relations. When Barack was 10 years old, his mother made the difficult decision to send him back to Hawaii to live with his maternal grandparents, Madeline and Stanley Dunham, believing he would receive better educational opportunities there. This separation was another gentle turning point in young Barack's life, as he returned to America to be raised primarily by his grandparents, while his mother remained in Indonesia for much of his adolescence. Though she would later return to Hawaii, the Dunham grandparents provided Barack with stability and unconditional love during his formative years. They lived in a modest apartment in Honolulu, where Stanley, whom Barack called Gramps, worked as a furniture salesman, and Madeline Toot, from the Hawaiian word for grandmother, eventually became one of the first female vice presidents at the Bank of Hawaii. Their Midwestern values of hard work, honesty, and treating people with respect became foundational to Barack's character. In the quiet evenings in that Honolulu apartment, his grandfather would share stories of his experiences in World War II, of road trips across America, of the characters he had met throughout his life. His grandmother, more reserved, but equally influential, demonstrated through her daily life the power of determination and quiet competence. Both grandparents accepted their multiracial grandson completely, creating a home where he was simply loved for who he was. Hawaii itself became a nurturing presence in Barack's life. The island's unique multicultural society, where no single ethnic group constituted a majority, provided a rare environment where Barack's mixed heritage was not exceptional. At Punahou School, the prestigious private academy he attended from 5th grade through high school, he was part of a diverse student body. Though he was one of relatively few African American students during these years, Barack began his own gentle exploration of his African American identity, listening to Stevie Wonder records, learning about the civil rights movement, and beginning to ask questions about where he fit within America's complex racial landscape. His grandfather introduced him to African American publications like Ebony and Jet, and occasionally Barack would spend time with the few African American men he knew in Hawaii, absorbing their perspectives and experiences. Throughout his high school years, Barack developed as a student and athlete, playing basketball with passion and developing close friendships. Yet, there was also a quiet introspection to him, a searching quality that his friends noticed. He read widely, including works by African American authors like James Baldwin and Ralph Ellison, whose explorations of identity and belonging resonated with his own questions. After graduating from Punahou in 1979, Barack's educational journey took him first to Occidental College in Los Angeles, then to Columbia University in New York City, where he majored in political science with a specialization in international relations. These years on the mainland exposed him to different aspects of American life and deepened his understanding of social and economic inequalities. In 1985, Barack made a significant decision that would shape his future path. He moved to Chicago to work as a community organizer in the Altgeld Gardens housing project. This choice reflected values instilled by his mother, who had devoted her life to understanding different cultures and working to improve people's lives through her work in microfinance and anthropology. Anne Dunham had returned to Indonesia after completing her bachelor's degree and conducted anthropological fieldwork there for her master's and doctoral degrees, studying Indonesian craft industries and developing programs to help village women access credit. The gentle influence of his mother's example, her intellectual curiosity, her compassion for others, her respect for different cultures, flowed through Barack's life choices. though she was often physically distant during his teenage years, returning to Hawaii for periods, but primarily based in Indonesia. Her values remained a constant presence. She had instilled in him a deep sense of empathy and a belief that one person could make a difference in the lives of others. In 1995, Barack experienced a profound loss when his mother died of cancer at the age of 52. Her death came as he was preparing to launch his political career with a run for the Illinois State Senate. The timing meant that she would not witness his political rise, yet her influence remained evident in his approach to public service and in his global perspective. On his father's side, Barack's connection to his Kenyan heritage developed later in his life. Barack Obama SR had returned to Kenya after completing his studies at Harvard and worked in the Kenyan government before his life took difficult turns. He visited his son only once when Barack Jr. was 10, a brief reunion that left the boy with complex feelings but few answers about his father. It wasn't until after his father's death in a car accident in 1982 that Barack would begin to piece together a fuller understanding of his Kenyan heritage. In his mid-20s, he traveled to Kenya for the first time, meeting his paternal grandmother, Sarah Hussein Onyango Obama, and many half-siblings and extended family members. This journey, which he would later describe in Dreams from My Father, helped him connect the scattered pieces of his identity into a more coherent whole. In Kenya, Barack learned more about the Obama family traditions and history. His grandmother, whom he called Granny Sarah, shared stories of his grandfather and of Luo customs and beliefs. Though she had not been formally educated, she possessed the wisdom of experience and a strong sense of family responsibility. His children from his other marriages and maintained the family compound in the village of Kajilo. The Obama family in Kenya had its own complex dynamics. Barack SR had been married multiple times and had children with several women, creating a large extended family with whom Barack Jr. had to navigate relationships during his visits. These connections offered him insights into Kenyan family structures and values, adding another layer to his understanding of his heritage. Throughout these early years, the foundation was being laid for the person Barack Obama would become. From the multicultural embrace of Hawaii, he gained an appreciation for human diversity. From his mother's example, he learned intellectual curiosity and compassion. From his grandparents, he absorbed Midwestern values of honesty and hard work. From Indonesia, he gained global perspective. From community organizing, he developed skills in bringing people together around shared goals. As evening shadows lengthened across his life's landscape, Barack Obama was gradually becoming the person who would one day step onto the national stage. But in these early chapters, he was simply a young man finding his way, asking questions about identity and purpose, and learning from each experience. The gentle unfolding of his early life, with its transitions, relationships, and moments of both belonging and searching, created a foundation of understanding that would inform his later vision for bringing people together across differences. The soft blanket of night now falls across these memories of Barack Obama's early years, like stars appearing one by one in the evening sky. The experiences of childhood and young adulthood gradually formed patterns that would guide his journey forward. And as we drift toward sleep, we might reflect on how the quiet influences of family, culture, education, and community shape not just presidents, but each of us in ways both profound and gentle, creating the unique constellation of each human life. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle embrace of Hawaii's eternal summer, young Barack Obama's childhood unfolded against a backdrop of swaying palm trees and the rhythmic lullaby of ocean waves caressing the shoreline. The island of Oahu, where he spent much of his early years, offered a sensory tapestry rich with the sweet perfume of plumeria blossoms floating on warm breezes, the distant calls of tropical birds welcoming each dawn, and the soft golden light that bathed everything in a dreamlike glow from morning until the spectacular watercolor sunsets of evening. The Hawaii of Barack's childhood was not merely a postcard paradise, but a living, breathing community where cultures blended together like the colors of the rainbow. In this island sanctuary, far removed from the mainland's racial tensions of the 1960s, young Bari, as he was known then, experienced a unique social environment where being of mixed heritage was not unusual. The gentle island culture embraced diversity, creating a peaceful cocoon where children of various backgrounds played together on beaches of soft, warm sand that squished pleasantly between small toes. The neighborhood of Makaki, where Barack lived with his maternal grandparents, Stanley and Madeline Dunham, was a modest middle-class area with neat homes nestled among flowering trees and lush vegetation. Their apartment building on South Baratania Street stood not far from Punahou School, where Barack would later attend. The neighborhood hummed with the soft sounds of daily life. Neighbors chatting across balconies, the distant melody of ukuleles being strummed in the evening hours, and the gentle rustling of banana leaves in the trade winds. Inside their apartment, life moved at an unhurried pace. His grandmother, whom he called Tutu, would prepare breakfast in the small kitchen, while morning light filtered through sheer curtains, casting gentle patterns across the dining table. The apartment was not large, but it was filled with books and mementos that spoke of his grandparents' Midwestern roots and his mother's adventurous spirit. The soft ticking of his grandfather's collection of clocks provided a soothing soundtrack to quiet evenings spent reading or doing homework. The natural environment of Hawaii enveloped young Barack in its nurturing embrace. On weekends, he might visit Hanoma Bay, where the crystal-clear waters revealed a kaleidoscope of colorful fish darting among coral formations. The volcanic landscape of the island offered lessons in nature's patient power. How something so solid could once have been flowing and molten. A reminder that change was constant, yet unhurried. The rain forests, with their misty emerald canopies, taught him about the delicate balance of ecosystems, while the consistent climate, never too hot, never too cold, perhaps instilled in him a sense of moderation and balance. At Punahou School, where Barack received his education from 5th grade through high school. The campus itself was an education in beauty. Sprawling green lawns, tropical gardens, and open-air walkways connected classroom buildings. The gentle patter of occasional rain showers on the roof would pause classroom activities momentarily, creating natural breaks in the day's rhythm. Students would gather in courtyards during lunch, their voices creating a gentle murmur beneath the rustling leaves of banyan trees that had stood watch over generations of children. The social fabric of Hawaii in those years was distinctive. A place where Japanese, Chinese, Filipino, Native Hawaiian, Portuguese, and Haole white residents created a cultural mosaic unlike anywhere else in America. This environment exposed young Barack to a multitude of traditions, foods, languages, and perspectives. The soft-spoken respect for elders common in Asian cultures blended with the warm inclusivity of Hawaiian traditions and the individualism of American values. In this gentle mixing of worldviews, Barack absorbed a natural understanding that humanity could be both diverse and harmonious. When his mother's academic pursuits and second marriage took them to Indonesia for several years, Barack's sensory world expanded dramatically. Jakarta in the late 1960s was a city of contrasts. Bustling markets filled with exotic spices that perfumed the air, narrow, winding streets where vendors called softly to passers-by, and neighborhoods where poverty existed alongside pockets of privilege. The family's home there was modest but comfortable, with a courtyard where chickens wandered freely, and a small garden where tropical fruits grew within arm's reach. The sounds of Jakarta created a different lullaby than Hawaii's ocean rhythms. The melodic calls to prayer from nearby mosques 5 times daily, the gentle patter of monsoon rains on tin roofs, the sizzle of street food being prepared in small carts along dusty roads. The air carried the complex aromas of clove cigarettes, jasmine flowers, and cooking fires, where families prepared evening meals of nasi goreng and satay. Barack's daily walk to school took him through neighborhoods where children played with homemade toys in muddy alleys and women washed clothes in communal areas, their hands moving in the water with practiced grace. These scenes offered quiet lessons in human resilience and community interdependence. The Indonesian landscape, with its verdant rice paddies stretching to distant volcanic peaks, its flowing rivers where people bathed and washed, and its dense tropical forests teeming with unseen life, provided a backdrop that expanded his understanding of humanity's place within nature. Returning to Hawaii after these formative years abroad, Barack experienced his island home with fresh eyes. The orderly streets and reliable infrastructure that he had once taken for granted now seemed like remarkable luxuries. The consistent rhythm of American school days, the abundance of food and consumer goods, the ease of daily life. All these aspects of his Hawaiian existence took on new meaning after witnessing the more challenging circumstances of life in Indonesia. His grandparents' apartment, which had seemed modest before, now felt spacious and secure. The neighborhood of Makaki, with its flowering trees and gentle evening breezes, offered a sense of stability after the sensory intensity of Jakarta. Barack would sometimes sit on the small lanai in the evenings, watching the sky transition from blue to pink to purple, listening to the gradually quieting sounds of the neighborhood as day eased into night. These moments of reflection, perhaps, helped him integrate his expanding worldview. The physical spaces of his teenage years in Hawaii continued to shape his development. Punahou School, with its excellent facilities and demanding academics, provided intellectual stimulation and structure. The basketball courts where he practiced for hours became spaces of belonging and skill development. The beaches where he body surfed with friends offered lessons in reading patterns, timing, and the art of working with natural forces rather than against them. These physical environments were not merely backdrops, but active participants in shaping his character and capabilities. During school breaks, Barack sometimes visited his mother and half-sister in Indonesia, or traveled to Kenya to meet his father's extended family. These journeys exposed him to dramatically different living environments. From the rural Kenyan homestead of his paternal grandparents, where daily life followed ancient rhythms of subsistence agriculture, to the academic communities his mother inhabited during her anthropological fieldwork. Each setting offered its own sensory education. The earthy smell of rain on African soil, the sound of unfamiliar languages, the taste of foods prepared according to traditions passed down through generations. The social environments of these various settings were equally formative. In Hawaii, Barack navigated the complex terrain of being neither fully part of the majority nor fully separate from it. His mixed heritage placed him in a unique position, able to observe and participate in multiple communities, while not being entirely claimed by any single one. This liminality, while sometimes challenging for a young person seeking belonging, ultimately fostered an ability to see situations from multiple perspectives and to bridge different worlds. At Punahou, the social hierarchy reflected both Hawaii's multicultural reality and America's class distinctions. Though the school was diverse by mainland standards, it remained a privileged environment where children of Hawaii's professional and business classes received an education designed to prepare them for elite mainland universities. Barack moved through this environment with a growing awareness of social stratification and the subtle ways that opportunity was distributed unevenly. Even in paradise, during summer breaks, Barack sometimes worked at Baskin-Robbins' ice cream shop, where the sweet, cold air and repetitive tasks of scooping ice cream and serving customers provided a different kind of education, the simple pleasure of providing a small happiness to others, the discipline of showing up on time and completing assigned tasks, the satisfaction of earning his own money. These experiences connected him to the everyday rhythms of working life that most Americans experience. In his grandparents' home, the social environment was one of unconditional love, tempered with high expectations. His grandmother, who worked her way up from secretary to vice president at a local bank, demonstrated daily the value of professionalism and persistence. His grandfather, with his easy charm and varied career attempts, showed a different kind of American spirit. Optimistic, adaptable, and resilient in the face of setbacks. Their Midwestern values of honesty, hard work, and treating others with respect formed a steady foundation beneath the more exotic influences in Barack's life. His mother, though not always physically present during his high school years, remained a powerful influence through her letters, phone calls, and periodic visits. Her intellectual curiosity, her commitment to understanding other cultures deeply rather than superficially, and her belief in human dignity regardless of wealth or status, all contributed to Barack's developing worldview. The books she sent, the questions she asked, and the expectations she held for him created an invisible but potent environment of ideas that transcended physical location. As evening shadows lengthened across his life's landscape, Barack Obama was gradually becoming the person who would one day step onto the national stage. But in these early chapters, he was simply a young man finding his way, asking questions about identity and purpose, and learning from each experience. The gentle unfolding of his early life, with its transitions, relationships, and moments of both belonging and searching, created a foundation of understanding that would inform his later vision for bringing people together across differences. The soft blanket of night now falls across these memories of Barack Obama's early years, like stars appearing one by one in the evening sky. The experiences of childhood and young adulthood gradually formed patterns that would guide his journey forward. And as we drift toward sleep, we might reflect on how the quiet influences of family, culture, education, and community shape not just presidents, but each of us in ways both profound and gentle, creating the unique constellation of each human life. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. The educational journey of Barack Obama unfolded like a gentle river, finding its course through varied landscapes, each bend and tributary adding depth to his understanding of the world. Following his high school years at Punahou School in Hawaii, where he had excelled despite the inner questions about identity that sometimes troubled his thoughts, Barack set his sights on continuing his education in ways that would expand his horizons beyond the Pacific Islands that had been his home. In the autumn of 1979, as golden leaves drifted lazily to the ground across the mainland United States, Barack began his collegiate studies at Occidental College in Los Angeles. The campus, with its Spanish-style architecture and spreading oak trees, provided a serene backdrop for the beginning of his higher education. Here, in the quiet moments between classes, walking across the sun-dappled quad, Barack began to find his voice, the soft murmur of intellectual conversations in dormitory lounges late at night, the patient guidance of professors who recognized his potential, all contributed to his growing sense of purpose. At Occidental, Barack's intellectual curiosity bloomed like night-blooming jasmine, quiet but persistent. He enrolled in political science courses that introduced him to concepts of governance and social structures. In literature classes, he encountered the writings of James Baldwin, whose explorations of race and identity resonated with Barack's own questions about belonging. The gentle turning of pages in the library, the soft scratch of his pen across notebook paper as he recorded thoughts and questions, marked the beginning of a more formal intellectual journey. During these early college years, Barack also began to develop an interest in social issues that would later define much of his life's work. Like a gardener carefully tending young plants, he nurtured these interests through conversations with fellow students, through attending campus speeches and events, and through the quiet contemplation that often came in the stillness of late evenings, when the campus had grown quiet and thoughts could wander freely through the garden of ideas he was cultivating. After 2 years at Occidental, Barack felt drawn to new experiences, new perspectives. Like a bird sensing the changing seasons, he felt ready to migrate to different intellectual territory. In 1981, he transferred to Columbia University in New York City, where the academic environment provided both challenge and nourishment for his growing mind. The transition from the relaxed California campus to the bustling energy of Manhattan represented more than a geographical shift. It marked a deepening of his commitment to understanding the complex social and political forces that shape human communities. At Columbia, Barack chose to focus on political science with a specialization in international relations. The university's renowned faculty included scholars whose work had shaped understanding of global politics, economic systems, and social movements. in classrooms overlooking the graceful trees of Morningside Heights, Barak absorbed theories of governance, histories of nations in transition, and analyses of how power operates in different contexts. Each lecture was like a gentle rain nourishing the soil of his understanding. Each discussion a soft breeze carrying seeds of new ideas. During his time at Columbia, Barak lived modestly in various apartments, sometimes near the campus, and sometimes in less affluent neighborhoods. These experiences allowed him to witness firsthand the contrasts and contradictions of American urban life, the wealth and poverty, the opportunities and obstacles, the diverse communities existing side by side, yet sometimes worlds apart. In the quiet hours of early morning, when the city's pulse slowed to a gentle rhythm, he would often read late into the night, absorbing the words of philosophers, historians, and political theorists who had grappled with questions of justice, equality, and human dignity. One particular influence during this period was Professor Roger Bosch, whose courses on political theory introduced Barak to the writings of Reinhold Niebuhr. Niebuhr's nuanced understanding of human nature, acknowledging both our capacity for good and our susceptibility to self-interest and error, would later become an important element in Barak's own political philosophy, like a patient gardener selecting which plants to nurture. Barak began to identify the ideas that resonated most deeply with his own observations and experiences. The library at Columbia became a sanctuary for Barak, a place where time seemed to flow with the gentle consistency of a woodland stream. Among the hushed stacks of books, with sunlight filtering through tall windows and dust motes dancing in the air, he would spend hours researching papers on topics ranging from Soviet foreign policy to economic development in post-colonial nations. The quiet concentration of these study sessions, broken only by the soft turning of pages or the distant murmur of other students, provided a counterpoint to the constant motion and noise of the city beyond the library walls. In 1983, Barak completed his undergraduate studies at Columbia, earning a degree in political science. Yet, the culmination of his formal education marked not an ending, but rather a transition, like the subtle shift from one season to another. The knowledge he had gained, the analytical skills he had developed, and the perspectives he had encountered would continue to evolve and deepen in the years ahead. After graduation, Barak worked for a time in New York, taking a position with Business International Corporation, a firm that provided information about global business and economic matters. The office environment, with its rhythmic patterns of meetings and reports, its fluorescent lighting and coffee breaks, offered a different kind of education, an immersion in the practical workings of the corporate world. Yet even as he performed his daily tasks, Barak's mind often drifted to larger questions about how economic systems affect communities, how business decisions impact individual lives and how policy choices shape opportunities. A year later, Barack moved to Chicago to work as a community organizer with the Developing Communities Project, a role that would prove transformative in his understanding of how change happens at the grassroots level. This position was less a departure from his educational path than an extension of it, a way of applying theoretical knowledge to practical challenges, of testing ideas against the realities of people's lived experiences in church basements and community centers, in living rooms, and on neighborhood streets. Barack listened to residents share their concerns, their hopes, their frustrations. Each conversation was like a gentle rain, nourishing his understanding of how policy decisions made in distant government offices manifested in the daily struggles and triumphs of ordinary citizens. The community organizing work, with its emphasis on building relationships and finding common ground among diverse stakeholders, provided valuable lessons that would inform Barack's later approaches to politics and governance, like a gardener learning which conditions help different plants thrive. He began to understand how various factors, economic opportunities, educational resources, housing conditions, access to health care, interacted to either support or constrain human flourishing. The patience required for community organizing, the need to listen more than speak, to build trust gradually rather than demand immediate action, all contributed to his developing leadership style. After several years of this work, Barack felt drawn to deepen his understanding of law and policy, recognizing that many of the challenges facing the communities he worked with were shaped by legal structures and governmental decisions. In 1988, he entered Harvard Law School, where the intellectual environment both challenged and expanded his thinking. The campus, with its historic buildings and courtyards, its libraries filled with legal volumes dating back centuries, provided a setting for rigorous analysis of how laws function as both architecture and infrastructure for society. At Harvard, Barack distinguished himself not only academically, but also as a bridge builder among different student groups. He was elected as the first African American president of the Harvard Law Review, a prestigious journal with a long history of influence in legal scholarship. This role required not only intellectual acuity, but also diplomatic skills, as he worked with students and faculty representing diverse ideological perspectives, like a conductor bringing together different instrumental sections to create harmony. Barack developed an ability to find common themes among divergent viewpoints, to identify shared values beneath surface disagreements. During summers while at Harvard, Barack returned to Chicago, working as an associate at law firms, where he gained practical experience in civil rights law and constitutional issues. These experiences allowed him to see how abstract legal principles translated into specific cases affecting real people's lives. in the quiet of law libraries, reviewing precedents and preparing briefs, and in the more dynamic environment of strategy sessions with colleagues, Barack continued to develop both the analytical rigor and the empathetic understanding that would characterize his later work. Throughout his educational journey, certain books and authors served as particularly important companions and guides. The writings of James Baldwin offered insights into the complexities of race in America. Toni Morrison's novels illuminated the depth and richness of African American experience. The philosophical works of John Rawls proposed frameworks for thinking about justice, and histories of the civil rights movement provided both inspiration and practical lessons about how social change occurs. Each book was like a gentle conversation partner, offering ideas to consider, perspectives to explore, questions to ponder in the quiet hours before sleep. Barack's intellectual development was shaped not only by formal education and reading, but also by the people he encountered along the way, professors who challenged him to think more deeply, classmates who offered different perspectives based on their own backgrounds and experiences, community members who shared wisdom gained through lived experience rather than academic study, all contributed to his expanding understanding. Like stars in a constellation, these influences created patterns of thought and insight that would guide his later work. After completing his law degree in 1991, Barack returned to Chicago, where he joined the civil rights law firm Minor, Barnhill, and Gallant. He also began teaching constitutional law at the University of Chicago Law School, entering a new phase of his educational journey, that of sharing knowledge rather than primarily acquiring it. The classroom, with its atmosphere of inquiry and exchange, provided a space for testing ideas, for exploring the implications of different legal interpretations, for considering how constitutional principles apply in changing social contexts. As both practicing attorney and law professor, Barack continued to develop his understanding of how legal structures interact with social realities. His work on cases involving voting rights, housing discrimination, and employment issues deepened his appreciation for how laws can either reinforce or help dismantle barriers to equality. The quiet concentration required for legal research, the careful crafting of arguments, and the strategic thinking involved in litigation all contributed to his evolving approach to addressing complex social challenges. Throughout these years of education and early professional life, Barack was also engaged in a parallel process of personal growth and self-understanding. The questions about identity and belonging that had emerged during his youth continued to inform his thinking, leading him to explore his own family history more deeply. This exploration culminated in his first book, Dreams from My Father, which he began writing in the early 1990s. The process of writing, the solitary hours of reflection, the careful selection of words to convey complex experiences and emotions. The weaving together of personal narrative with broader social context represented another form of education, one centered on self-knowledge and the articulation of lived experience. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. From the very beginning, Barack Obama's life was shaped by the quiet yet profound influence of mentors, teachers, and elders who guided him with wisdom, patience, and care. These relationships unfolded like gentle currents in a river, carrying him toward deeper understanding, shaping his thoughts, and molding his character with a tenderness that would stay with him for a lifetime. One of the earliest and most enduring influences was his maternal grandfather, Stanley Dunham, a man of warmth and wit who helped raise young Barack in Hawaii. Stanley, or Gramps, as Barack affectionately called him, had a boisterous laugh and a storyteller's gift, filling the boy's imagination with tales of Kansas, where he had grown up, and of the wider world beyond. Though not a man of deep philosophical reflection, Stanley imparted something equally valuable, an unwavering belief in possibility, a sense that life could be shaped by optimism and effort. His easygoing nature and humor provided a stabilizing presence in Barack's early years, a counterbalance to the more serious and sometimes distant presence of his mother. Barack's mother, Ann Dunham, was a woman of fierce intellect and deep empathy, whose influence ran like a quiet undercurrent through his entire life. She was the one who woke him before dawn in Indonesia to tutor him in English, who filled their home with books and music, who taught him to see the world with curiosity and compassion. She spoke to him not just as a child, but as a thinking person, engaging him in discussions about civil rights, global poverty, and fairness. Even when they were oceans apart, her letters continued to shape his understanding of justice and responsibility. She believed in the power of education, not just as a means to personal success, but as a tool for uplifting others, a lesson that would stay with Barack long after her passing, a figure more myth than man in Barack's early life, a brilliant but troubled Kenyan economist whose absence cast a long shadow. The few memories Barack had of him were fleeting: his deep voice, his towering height, the way he commanded attention in a room. But it was through stories, through fragments of letters, and the recollections of relatives that Barack began to piece together an understanding of this distant, enigmatic figure. His father became both a source of inspiration and caution, a man of immense potential, whose flaws and struggles also served as a silent lesson about the complexities of ambition, pride, and the weight of expectations. As Barack grew into adulthood, other mentors appeared, each offering guidance at crucial moments. At Occidental College, there was a professor who noticed his restless intellect and encouraged him to push beyond surface-level thinking, to question not just what he believed, but why he believed it. This was the beginning of a deeper intellectual awakening, one that led him to transfer to Columbia University, where he immersed himself in political theory and philosophy, searching for frameworks to make sense of the world. But it was in Chicago, the city that would become his home, that Barack found some of his most formative mentors. One of these was Jerry Kelman, a community organizer who saw potential in the young graduate and invited him to work with churches and neighborhoods on the South Side. Kelman was a practical idealist, a man who believed change happened not through grand speeches, but through the slow, patient work of building relationships. He taught Barack the importance of listening, really listening to people's stories, of understanding their struggles not as abstract problems, but as lived experiences. Under Kelman's guidance, Barack learned the painstaking art of grassroots organizing, the unglamorous but essential work of bringing people together around shared concerns. Another pivotal figure in Chicago was the Reverend Jeremiah Wright, the pastor of Trinity United Church of Christ. Wright's sermons were fiery, passionate, rooted in the Black prophetic tradition, a stark contrast to Barack's more reserved and analytical nature. Yet in Wright's church, Barack found something he had long been searching for: a spiritual home, a place where faith and social justice intertwined. Wright introduced him to the deep well of Black theology, to the idea that faith could be both a comfort and a call to action. For years, Wright was a mentor and friend, his voice resonating in Barack's mind as he wrestled with questions of purpose and identity. Though their relationship would later become complicated, the imprint of those early conversations remained. At Harvard Law School, Barack encountered professors who expanded his understanding of the law, not as a dry set of rules, but as a living force that could shape society. One such mentor was Lawrence Tribe, a constitutional scholar whose brilliance was matched by his kindness. Tribe saw in Barack not just a sharp legal mind, but a rare ability to bridge divides, to speak across ideological lines with both clarity and empathy. Their discussions often stretched beyond the classroom, into the ways law could be used to address inequality, to protect civil rights, to make democracy more inclusive. And then there were the quieter influences, the ones who shaped him in subtler ways, the colleagues at the civil rights law firm in Chicago, who showed him the day-to-day work of fighting injustice through the courts, the writers like James Baldwin and Toni Morrison, whose words helped him articulate his own mixed heritage, the everyday people in the neighborhoods he organized, who taught him as much as he taught them. Over time, these mentors receded from the forefront of Barack's life, not because their influence faded, but because their lessons had been absorbed so deeply that they became part of him. He carried their voices with him, his grandfather's optimism, his mother's curiosity, Kelman's patience, Wright's fire, Tribe's intellect, all blending into the man he would become. And when he he himself stepped into the role of mentor. As a professor, as a leader, he did so with the same generosity that had been shown to him, understanding that the most enduring legacy is not what we achieve alone, but what we pass on to others. The story of these relationships is not one of dramatic turning points, but of gradual, quiet shaping, like water smoothing stone over time. Each mentor, each guide, left an imprint, a small but essential piece of the foundation upon which Barack Obama built his life. And in the stillness of reflection, it becomes clear how much we are all made by the hands that lift us, the voices that encourage us, the hearts that believe in us long before we believe in ourselves. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. After the quiet shaping of his early years, the lessons absorbed from mentors and books, from late-night conversations and long walks through Chicago's neighborhoods, Barack Obama stepped into his first professional role with a sense of purpose that was still forming, still settling into place. It was 1985, and he had just graduated from Columbia University, where he had studied political science with a focus on international relations. The world was vast, and his place in it was still unclear. But he knew one thing: he wanted to work where he could make a difference. His first job was as a research assistant at Business International Corporation, a firm that helped American companies navigate foreign markets. The office was filled with the hum of typewriters and the rustle of newspapers from around the world. Barack's days were spent compiling reports, analyzing global economic trends, and distilling complex information into clear briefings. It was steady, methodical work, but it lacked the human connection he craved. He would often glance out the window at the streets of Manhattan, thinking of the conversations he had had in Chicago, the stories of people who were struggling just to be heard. After a year, he left, trading the polished corporate world for something closer to the ground. He moved to Chicago, where he became a community organizer in the neighborhoods of the South Side. It was here that he truly began to understand how change happens, not in grand proclamations, but in small, persistent steps. His office was in the Roseland and Altgeld Gardens neighborhoods, places where jobs were scarce, schools were underfunded, and hope was often in short supply. The work was slow, sometimes frustrating. He would sit in church basements and cramped living rooms, listening as residents spoke of their struggles, the factory that had closed, the landlord who refused to fix broken heaters, the city's neglect of their streets. He learned to listen more than he spoke, to ask questions rather than offer easy answers. One of his first victories was small but meaningful. After months of meetings and petitions, he helped pressure the city to remove asbestos from a public housing project. It wasn't a headline-making achievement, but for the families who lived there, it meant safety. It meant dignity. During these years, he worked closely with people like Hazel Johnson, an environmental activist who had been fighting for years to bring attention to the pollution plaguing her neighborhood. She taught him the power of persistence, of showing up even when no one seemed to be listening. There was also Yvonne Lloyd, a mother who had lost her son to gang violence and channeled her grief into organizing other parents to demand safer streets. These were the people who shaped his understanding of leadership, not as something distant or grand, but as a daily act of showing up, of listening, of refusing to give up. By the late 1980s, he realized that if he wanted to create deeper change, he needed more tools. He decided to go to law school, seeing it as a way to understand the systems that shaped people's lives, the policies, the courts, the levers of power that could either lift communities up or hold them back. In 1988, he enrolled at Harvard Law School, where the ivory towers of academia could have felt far removed from the streets of Chicago. But he carried those streets with him. At Harvard, he found himself surrounded by brilliant minds, by debates that crackled with energy. He became the first Black president of the Harvard Law Review, a position that demanded diplomacy, patience, and an ability to bridge divides between conservative and liberal students. The role brought attention. Suddenly, newspapers were writing about this young, charismatic student who seemed to move effortlessly between worlds. But what they didn't see were the late nights in the library, the quiet moments of doubt, the weight of expectations pressing on his shoulders. After graduating, he returned to Chicago, this time as a civil rights lawyer. He joined the firm of Minor, Barnhill, and Gallant, where he worked on cases involving voting rights, employment discrimination, and housing fairness. His days were spent poring over legal briefs, meeting with clients who had been denied opportunities because of their race or background, and arguing in courtrooms where justice was not always guaranteed. It was here that he saw firsthand how the law could be used as a tool for change, but also how slow that change could be. At the same time, he began teaching constitutional law at the University of Chicago, standing in front of classrooms filled with students who hung on his words. He loved the back and forth of discussion, the way a single question could unravel an entire assumption. Teaching forced him to articulate his own beliefs, to refine his thoughts, and to remember that ideas mattered, not just in theory, but in the lives of real people. These were the years of building, of laying brick upon brick. There were setbacks, cases he lost, policies he couldn't change, moments when progress felt impossibly distant. But there were also small victories, the kind that didn't make the news, but meant everything to the people they touched. A family kept in their home because of a lawsuit he helped file. A community granted a voice in decisions that affected them. A student inspired to pursue justice because of something he said in class. And through it all, there was the steady rhythm of life, the early mornings, the late nights, the cups of coffee shared with colleagues who became friends. the sound of his daughter's laughter as he came home, the quiet conversations with Michelle about the future, the knowledge that every step, no matter how small, was part of something larger. By the time he entered politics, running for the Illinois State Senate in 1996, he was no longer the uncertain young man who had first arrived in Chicago over a decade earlier. He was someone who had been shaped by the people he had met, the struggles he had witnessed, the slow and patient work of making change. He carried with him the lessons of the South Side, the courtrooms, the classrooms, the understanding that real progress is never sudden, but always, always worth the wait. And so, as he stepped onto a new path, he did so not with grand promises, but with the quiet confidence of someone who had learned, through years of listening and working and waiting, that the most lasting transformations begin not with a shout, but with a whisper, one voice joining another, and another, until the world begins to change, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. Barack Obama's journey through public service was a quiet but steady climb, one built not on grand declarations, but on the careful, deliberate work of listening, understanding, and acting. His time in the Illinois State Senate was marked by the same patience he had learned on the streets of Chicago, the same belief that change, when it comes, must be rooted in the lives of ordinary people. He worked across the aisle, forging unlikely alliances, because he knew that progress was not about winning arguments, but about finding common ground. One of his earliest achievements was a law requiring the videotaping of interrogations in capital cases, a small but meaningful step toward justice, born from long conversations with advocates and law enforcement alike. It was the kind of quiet victory that didn't make headlines, but it mattered to those whose lives it touched. Senate in 2005. He carried that same spirit with him. He was not the loudest voice in the room, but he was often the most thoughtful, the one who listened before he spoke. He worked on issues like nuclear nonproliferation, veterans' benefits, and government transparency, always with an eye toward the long game. Even then, his speeches had a way of cutting through noise, not with volume, but with clarity. People began to take notice, not just of his words, but of the way he carried himself, the way he seemed to see the world not as it was, but as it could be. Then came 2008, a year that would change everything. His campaign for the presidency was unlike any that had come before it. It wasn't just about policies or promises. It was about hope, the kind that had been missing from politics for a long time. He spoke of a country that could heal its divisions, that could move forward together, and people believed him. His rallies were electric, not because he shouted, but because he spoke with such quiet conviction. Volunteers flooded into campaign offices, ordinary people who had never been involved in politics before, because they felt something stirring, a sense that this was their moment too. And when he won, It wasn't just a victory for him, it was a victory for everyone who had ever been told their voice didn't matter. As president, he faced challenges that would have overwhelmed a lesser leader. The economy was in freefall, the auto industry on the brink of collapse, and wars in Iraq and Afghanistan still raging. But he approached each crisis with the same calm determination he had always shown. The Recovery Act, passed in his first months in office, was not just a stimulus package. It was a lifeline for millions, saving jobs, rebuilding infrastructure, and investing in clean energy for the future. He didn't just put out fires, he planted seeds. The Affordable Care Act, his signature achievement, was the result of years of careful negotiation, of late-night meetings and difficult compromises. It wasn't perfect, but it gave millions of Americans access to health care who had never had it before. For the first time, parents could breathe easier knowing their children wouldn't be denied coverage for pre-existing conditions. It was a quiet revolution, one that changed lives in ways both big and small. Beyond policy, there was something else, something harder to measure, but just as important. He restored a sense of dignity to the office, a sense that the presidency could be about more than power. He was a father who read bedtime stories to his daughters, a husband who openly admired his wife, a leader who could laugh at himself on late-night TV. He showed the world that strength didn't have to mean hardness, that compassion wasn't a weakness. When he sang Amazing Grace in Charleston after the massacre at Emmanuel AME Church, it wasn't a performance. It was a moment of shared grief, of a nation trying to heal. His foreign policy was marked by the same deliberate patience. He ended the war in Iraq, brought Osama bin Laden to justice, and negotiated the Iran nuclear deal, not with bluster, but with careful diplomacy. He understood that America's greatest strength was not its military might, but its ability to lead by example. When he normalized relations with Cuba, it wasn't just about politics. It was about families who had been separated for decades, finally able to see each other again. And then there were the quieter moments, the ones that never made the news, but stayed with those who witnessed them. The visits to wounded soldiers at Walter Reed, where he would sit for hours, listening to their stories, the letters he wrote to ordinary Americans who had written to him, sometimes offering comfort, sometimes just acknowledging their struggles. The way he always seemed to find the right words, whether comforting a grieving town or celebrating a hard-won victory. By the time he left office, the country was undeniably different. Not perfect, never perfect, but better, more hopeful, more united. He had shown that progress was possible, even in the face of relentless opposition, even when the work was slow and frustrating. He had proven that leadership wasn't about force, but about persistence, about the quiet belief that people, when given the chance, would rise to the occasion. And so, as he stepped away from the spotlight, he did so with the same grace he had always carried, There were no grand farewells, no boasting about his legacy, just the knowledge that he had done his best, that he had left the country a little stronger, a little kinder than he had found it. And perhaps that was the greatest achievement of all, not the laws he passed or the speeches he gave, but the example he set. A reminder that even in the darkest times, there is always light, if only we have the patience to look for it. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Life is made of moments, some small, some immense, where the path ahead splits, and the choice made alters everything. For Barack Obama, these quiet crossroads shaped not just his own journey, but the story of a nation. The first of these turning points came early, when a young man still finding his way decided to leave the bustling streets of New York and move to Chicago. It was a simple decision, one that might have seemed insignificant at the time, but it set him on a course toward community, purpose, and eventually, history. Chicago was where he first truly understood the power of people coming together. As a community organizer, he walked the streets of the South Side, listening more than speaking, learning the rhythms of neighborhoods often overlooked. There were no cameras, no grand speeches, just conversations on front porches, in church basements, and over kitchen tables had he stayed in New York, pursuing a more traditional career in law or finance. He might have lived comfortably, but the world would have never heard his voice in the same way. Instead, Chicago taught him patience, the slow but steady work of change, and the quiet strength of ordinary people. Years later, another moment arrived, this time in the hushed halls of Harvard Law School. He had already proven himself a brilliant student, but when he was elected as the first Black president of the Harvard Law Review, something shifted. The weight of representation settled on his shoulders. He could have used the position solely as a stepping stone to a prestigious legal career, arguing cases before the Supreme Court or joining a high-powered firm. But instead, he chose to return to Chicago, to teach, to write, and to keep listening. His memoir, Dreams from My Father, was born from this period, a book that might never have been written if he had taken a different path. Then came the day he stood before a crowd at the 2004 Democratic National Convention, a relatively unknown state senator given the task of introducing himself to the nation. His speech was more than just words. It was a declaration of hope, a vision of a country not divided by red or blue, but united by shared dreams. That night could have been just another political moment, forgotten in time, but the way he spoke, with a calm certainty and a belief in something greater, made people lean in. Had he faltered, had the speech fallen flat, his name might have remained in the margins of politics. Instead, it launched him into the national spotlight, setting the stage for what was to come. The decision to run for president in 2008 was perhaps the most pivotal of all. Many urged him to wait to gain more experience, to let the political winds shift in his favor. But something in him knew the moment was now. The campaign that followed was grueling, filled with sleepless nights and relentless scrutiny. There were times when defeat seemed possible, even likely. But he carried on, drawing strength from the crowds who came to hear him, from the volunteers who knocked on doors in the cold, from the belief that change was not just a slogan, but something real. Had he waited, had he chosen to remain in the Senate, the course of history would have been different. Another candidate might have won. Another vision might have taken hold. But he ran, and against all odds, he won not just the election, but the chance to prove that progress was possible. His presidency was marked by challenges, from an economy in freefall to a healthcare system in desperate need of reform. Each decision carried weight, each choice rippling outward into the lives of millions. One of the quietest, yet most profound, moments came in the aftermath of tragedy. After the shooting in Newtown, when the grief of a nation was overwhelming, he traveled to Connecticut not just as a president, but as a father. His words that day were not polished or political. They were raw, human. He could have delivered a speech full of policy proposals, could have focused only on the political fight ahead, but instead, he let himself feel the sorrow, and in doing so, gave others permission to do the same. Even after leaving office, his choices continued to shape his path. He could have retreated from public life, enjoying the comforts of private success. But instead, he chose to mentor, to write, to speak, not for power, but for purpose. His post-presidency became an extension of his belief in the next generation, in the idea that leadership is not about holding on, but about passing the torch. Looking back, it's easy to see how different his life might have been if any of these moments had gone another way. A different city, a different career, a decision to wait. But what remains is the quiet truth that the most important choices are often the ones made without fanfare, the ones guided not by ambition alone, but by a deeper sense of what matters. His story is not just one of political triumph, but of patience, of listening, of believing even in the face of doubt that the arc of history can bend toward justice, one small, deliberate step at a time. And so, as the years pass and the details fade, what endures is not just the laws signed or the speeches given, but the example of a man who, at each crossroads, chose the path of hope over cynicism, of unity over division. It's a reminder that even in a world of noise and haste, the most meaningful changes often begin in stillness, in the quiet moments when a single decision alters everything. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. From the very beginning, Barack Obama's life was shaped by the people who walked beside him, some for a season, others for a lifetime. These relationships, woven into the fabric of his journey, were never just background noise. They were the quiet, steady forces that guided him, challenged him and ultimately helped him become the man he was meant to be. His earliest bond, of course, was with his mother, Anne Dunham, a woman of boundless curiosity and warmth. She was the one who taught him to see the world with open eyes, reading him stories late into the night, her voice soft but firm as she instilled in him the value of empathy, even when oceans separated them during his childhood in Hawaii. Her letters would arrive like gentle reminders of her love, filled with encouragement and questions that made him think deeper. Later, as an adult, he would reflect on how her optimism, even in hardship, became a compass for his own life. She never lived to see him rise to the presidency, but her spirit lived on in his insistence on listening to those often overlooked, in his belief that every voice mattered. Then there was his grandmother, Madeline Dunham Toot, as he called her, whose no-nonsense wisdom grounded him. She was the one who woke before dawn to get to work, who saved carefully, who believed in the dignity of quiet perseverance, and he did. Years later, standing on the brink of the presidency, he would speak of her with a tenderness that betrayed just how deeply her lessons had settled into his bones. Romantic relationships, too, left their mark long before he met the woman who would become his life partner. In his memoir, he wrote with rare honesty about youthful love's connections that flared bright but faded, teaching him about vulnerability and the kind of partnership he truly wanted. There was a seriousness to his reflections, as if even then he sensed that love wasn't just about passion, but about finding someone who could stand beside you in purpose as much as in affection. And then came Michelle Robinson. Their meeting was professional at first. She was assigned to mentor him at the Chicago law firm where they both worked. She was unimpressed by his reputation, skeptical of his smooth charm, and entirely unwilling to indulge any ego. It was that very refusal to be dazzled that drew him in. He would later say that she was the first person who truly saw him, not the idea of him, but the real, flawed man beneath the charisma. Their first dates were simple, long talks over ice cream, walks through Chicago streets, conversations that stretched into the night. She challenged him, questioned him, made him laugh in a way no one else could, and when he really knew that she was the one, it wasn't with grand gestures, but with quiet certainty. Their marriage, like any, had its seasons of strain. The early years of his political career meant long absences, missed birthdays, the weight of public scrutiny pressing down on their private life. There were moments when resentment simmered, when Michelle wondered if the cost of his ambitions was too high. But what held them together was a shared commitment to not just endure, but to grow. They went to counseling, learned to listen, to carve out space for their family amid the chaos. Michelle's influence on him was profound. She kept him rooted, reminded him of the real people behind the policies, and never let him forget that being a good father was as important as being a good leader. Friendships, too, played a quiet but essential role. There was Marty Nesbitt, his closest friend for decades, the one who could make him laugh until his shoulders shook, who stood by him through triumphs and losses, who never treated him differently, even when the world did. Their bond was a rare thing in politics, uncomplicated by ambition, built on trust and the simple joy of being understood. Then there was Valerie Jarrett, a confidant so trusted she became like family, her steady presence a constant through campaigns and crises alike. Professional relationships shaped him just as deeply. In his early days as a community organizer in Chicago, it was people like Jerry Kellman who taught him that real change happened slowly, in living rooms and church basements, not just in headlines. Later, in the Senate, he formed unlikely alliances, friendships across the aisle with figures like John McCain, where mutual respect outweighed political differences. Even when those relationships were tested by the pressures of partisanship, Obama held onto the belief that connection was possible, that bridges could still be built. And then there were the mentors, figures like Reverend Jeremiah Wright, who introduced him to the power of faith in action, whose sermons stirred something deep within him, even as their relationship later fractured under the harsh light of public controversy. That rupture was painful, a reminder that even the most meaningful bonds could be complicated by history and human frailty. Yet, in the aftermath, Obama's reflections were not of bitterness, but of the lessons learned about grace, about forgiveness, about the messy, imperfect work of reconciliation. Through it all, the most enduring thread was his family. Malia and Sasha, his daughters, who grew up in the white-hot glare of the spotlight, but were raised with such normalcy that they emerged grounded, witty, and fiercely themselves. He often spoke of how fatherhood changed him more than any title ever could, how tucking them in at night, coaching their teams, or simply watching them navigate the world reminded him of what truly mattered. Even in the Oval Office, he made time for school plays and bedtime stories, as if to prove that no role was more important than that of being their dad. In his post-presidency, these relationships only deepened. With Michelle, he settled into a new rhythm, less frenetic, more intentional. They wrote books, built a foundation, and found joy in the ordinary moments they had missed for so long. With friends, there were more dinners where no one rushed, more rounds of golf where the score didn't matter. And with the next generation, through mentoring young leaders, or simply being present for his daughters as they stepped into adulthood, he seemed to embrace the quiet satisfaction of passing on what he had learned. Looking back, it's clear that Barack Obama's story was never just his own. It was woven through with the voices and hearts of those who loved him, who pushed him, who believed in him even when he doubted himself. The conflicts, the reconciliations, the laughter, and the tears, all of it shaped the man he became. And perhaps that's the most comforting lesson of all. that none of us are truly solitary figures. We are always the sum of the people who choose to walk beside us, in stillness and in storm, reminding us of who we are and who we might yet be. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography, Barack Obama's days outside the White House, unfolded with a quiet, unhurried grace, as if the years of relentless schedules had given way to something softer, more reflective. He rose early, as he always had, but now the mornings were his own. No urgent briefings, no pressing decisions. Instead, he would pad through the house in the pale light of dawn, perhaps making himself a cup of tea, the steam curling lazily in the stillness. Sometimes he would sit by a window, watching the world wake up, letting his thoughts drift like leaves on a calm pond. The rhythm of his life now revolved around small, meaningful rituals. Breakfast with Michelle, where they lingered over coffee, talking about nothing and everything, plans for the day, memories from years past, the latest book they were reading. Their conversations were unhurried, woven with the ease of decades together, each word a thread in the tapestry of their shared life. He loved these moments, the simplicity of them, the way they anchored him. After so many years in the public eye, there was something deeply comforting about the ordinary. Golf became one of his great pleasures, not for the competition, but for the slow, meditative quality of the game. He would walk the course with friends, the soft crunch of grass underfoot, the distant call of birds in the trees. The score hardly mattered. What he treasured was the camaraderie, the jokes traded back and forth, the way the game forced him to be present, to focus on nothing but the swing of the club and the arc of the ball against the sky. On those afternoons, time seemed to stretch, unhurried and golden. Books, too, were a constant companion. His love for reading had been a lifelong refuge, and now, with more time to himself, he devoured novels, biographies, histories, anything that promised a good story or a new perspective. He often read late into the night, the quiet hum of the house around him, the pages turning softly under his fingers. Sometimes he would pause to jot down a thought in a notebook, his handwriting neat and deliberate. Writing had always been a way for him to make sense of the world. And now, freed from the demands of office, he could explore ideas at his own pace, letting them unfold like the slow bloom of a flower. But it was his relationships that truly shaped the texture of his days. With Malia and Sasha, now grown into remarkable young women, his role had shifted from protector to confidant. He listened more than he advised, offering guidance only when asked, trusting them to navigate their own paths. There were long phone calls, spontaneous visits, dinners where the conversation spilled late into the night, filled with laughter and the easy rhythm of shared history. He marveled at the people they had become, bright, compassionate, unafraid, and took quiet pride in knowing they carried pieces of him and Michelle within them. Even as they forged their own way, Michel remained his anchor, their bond deepened by the years. They had built a life together that was both extraordinary and ordinary, world-changing work balanced by quiet evenings at home, stolen moments in the kitchen while cooking dinner, the way her hand would find his without thinking. They traveled, but not with the urgency of before. Now, they wandered through new cities at a leisurely pace, stopping at cafes, lingering over meals, letting the days unfold as they would. There was a sweetness in rediscovering each other outside the pressure of public life, in remembering the small things that had drawn them together in the first place. Friendships, too, took on new depth with old friends from Chicago, from Harvard, from the early days of his career. He reconnected over long dinners where no one glanced at the clock. The conversations meandered politics, sports, memories of younger days, the kind of easy, sprawling talk that only happens when time is a gift rather than a constraint. He cherished these gatherings, the warmth of shared laughter, the comfort of being known so completely. And then there were the quiet moments alone, the ones that filled the spaces between everything else. He took up painting, not with any grand ambition, but for the simple pleasure of losing himself in color and form. The strokes of the brush were soothing, the process slow and deliberate, a way to quiet his mind. He liked the imperfection of it, the way a painting could evolve in unexpected directions, much like life itself. In the evenings, he often found himself on the porch, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and purple. The air would be still, the world hushed, and he would let himself simply be. No titles, no expectations, just a man sitting in the gathering dark, grateful for all that had been and all that was still to come. His personal philosophy had always been rooted in the idea that life was about connection to family, to community, to the wider world. But in these slower years, he came to understand that connection also meant being present for the small, unremarkable moments, the ones that slipped by unnoticed unless you paid attention. A shared smile with Michel over a private joke, the sound of his daughters' voices on the phone, the weight of a book in his hands, the way the light fell across the room in the late afternoon. These were the things that filled his days with quiet joy. And so, in the end, his story was not just one of grand achievements or historic firsts, but of the ordinary, beautiful moments that made up a life well lived. The laughter around a dinner table, the comfort of a familiar touch, the peace of a quiet morning. These were the things that stayed with him, the threads that wove through every chapter, binding it all together in a tapestry of love, resilience, and quiet, enduring grace, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Barack Obama's days unfolded with a rhythm that shifted across the seasons of his life, each era marked by its own quiet rituals and steady routines. In the early years, before the weight of history settled on his shoulders, His mornings in Chicago often began with the soft hum of the city stirring awake. He would rise before dawn, the bedroom still dark, the air cool against his skin. The first light of day crept through the blinds as he laced up his running shoes, stepping outside into the quiet streets where the only sounds were the distant hum of traffic and the occasional call of a waking bird. Running was his meditation, a time to clear his mind, the steady rhythm of his feet against pavement, a grounding force before the day's demands took hold. After returning home, he would shower, the warm water washing away the sweat and fatigue, then dress in the simple uniform of his early career, crisp shirts, tailored but unassuming, the kind that spoke of professionalism without pretense. Breakfast was often light, maybe a bowl of oatmeal with fruit, or toast with a smear of peanut butter, eaten while skimming the morning paper or jotting down thoughts in a notebook. Even then, he carried a pen and legal pad with him everywhere, scribbling ideas between meetings, underlining passages in books that caught his attention. His workspace in those days was modest, a desk cluttered with papers, a mug of coffee gone cold, the walls lined with shelves of well-worn books. The hours between morning and evening were filled with the steady cadence of work, meetings in community centers, conversations in church basements, the slow but purposeful act of listening to people's stories. He moved through these spaces with an ease that came from genuine curiosity, his laughter deep and warm, his handshake firm. Lunch might be a quick sandwich eaten at his desk, or, on better days, shared with colleagues at a diner where the coffee was strong and the booths worn soft with use. Evenings were for winding down, for returning to the small apartment he shared with Michelle, where the scent of whatever she was cooking would greet him at the door. They would talk over dinner, simple meals, nothing extravagant, just good food made with care, and the conversation would meander from the day's events to dreams of what might come next. Sometimes, if the night was clear, they would take a walk through the neighborhood, the streetlights casting long shadows, their fingers loosely intertwined. Later, in the White House, the rhythm of his days changed, the pace quickening, the stakes rising. Mornings still began early, but now there was a team waiting, a schedule to keep, a country to lead. The residence was quiet in those pre-dawn hours. The halls hushed as he made his way to the treaty room, where he would sit with his briefing books, the soft glow of a desk lamp illuminating the pages. The room was stately, but not ostentatious. Wood-paneled walls, a sturdy desk, a view of the south lawn where the light was just beginning to creep over the horizon. He would sip black coffee from a plain white mug, the steam curling upward as he read through reports, his brow furrowed in concentration. Breakfast was often taken with his family. When time allowed, Malia and Sasha still sleepy-eyed, Michelle making sure everyone had what they needed before the day swept them in different directions. The girls would chatter about school or friends, And for those few moments, the weight of the world outside could wait. Then the motorcade would roll out, the day unfolding in a series of meetings, speeches, decisions, each one carrying its own gravity. Lunch, if there was time, might be a quiet working meal in the Oval Office, a salad or sandwich balanced on his knee as he listened to advisors, his mind turning over options. The room itself was a study in understated power, the resolute desk solid beneath his hands, the light filtering through the tall windows, the faint scent of polished wood and old paper lingering in the air. He kept a few personal touches nearby, a photograph of his family, a basketball signed by his favorite players, small reminders of the life that existed beyond these walls. Evenings were less predictable. Sometimes there were state dinners, the clink of silverware against fine china, the murmur of conversation in a dozen languages. Other nights were quieter, spent in the family quarters, where he might read a novel or watch a movie with Michelle. The two of them curled together on the couch, the television's glow the only light in the room. But no matter how late the hour, he often found himself drawn to the Truman balcony, especially in the warmer months. Standing there, the night air cool against his skin, he would look out over the Washington Monument, the city spread out before him, its lights twinkling like distant stars. In those moments, the noise of the day would fade, and he could simply breathe, letting the stillness settle over him. After leaving office, the rhythm slowed again, the days stretching out like a long exhale. Mornings were no longer dictated by a rigid schedule, and he could linger over coffee, the sunlight spilling across the kitchen table. He might spend an hour reading in his favorite chair, the book propped open in his lap, the house quiet around him. Work still filled his hours, but it was different now, writing in his home office, the walls lined with photographs and mementos, the desk scattered with notes and drafts. The window looked out onto the backyard, where the trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling like whispered secrets. Lunch was often simple, a salad, maybe some grilled fish, eaten outside if the weather was nice. He had taken up gardening in these years, tending to tomatoes and herbs, his hands buried in the soil, the sun warm on his back. There was something meditative about it, the slow, deliberate act of nurturing growth, the satisfaction of seeing something thrive under his care. Evenings were for family, for long dinners where the conversation meandered and the laughter came easily. Michelle might roast a chicken, the scent of garlic and rosemary filling the house, and they would eat by candlelight, the flickering flames casting soft shadows on the walls. Afterward, they might sit on the porch, listening to the crickets sing, the sky deepening to indigo overhead. And when the day was done, when the last light was turned off and the house settled into silence, he would lie in bed, the sheets cool against his skin, Michelle's breathing steady beside him. The night stretched out, peaceful and unbroken, and he would drift into sleep, the quiet hum of the world outside a gentle lullaby. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Barack Obama's philosophy was shaped by the quiet, steady rhythms of life, the kind of wisdom that comes not in grand revelations, but in the slow accumulation of experiences, conversations, and reflections. From his early years in Hawaii and Indonesia to his time as a community organizer in Chicago and later as president. His worldview was always rooted in a deep belief in the power of connection, the importance of empathy, and the necessity of hope. He often spoke of the idea that we are all bound together in a web of mutual responsibility, a belief that guided his decisions, both large and small. One of the central pillars of his thinking was the value of listening. He had learned early on that true understanding came not from speaking, but from hearing, really hearing the stories of others. As a young organizer in Chicago, he would sit in church basements and living rooms, letting people share their frustrations, their fears, their dreams. He once said, "You can't help people if you don't know what they need." That principle stayed with him, shaping his approach to leadership. Even in the Oval Office, he made time for long, unhurried conversations, believing that the best solutions emerged from genuine dialogue. His optimism was another defining trait, but it was not the kind of blind cheerfulness that ignored hardship. It was a hard-won hope, forged in the knowledge that progress was slow, uneven, and often frustrating. He spoke often of the arc of history, the idea that while justice might take generations, it was always bending, however imperceptibly, towards something better. That belief kept him steady in moments of doubt. When setbacks came, and they did, often he would remind his team and himself that change rarely happened in straight lines. Progress, he once said, is more like a river. It twists, it turns. Sometimes it even doubles back on itself. That family was at the heart of his values. The lessons he learned from his mother about kindness, curiosity, and resilience stayed with him long after she was gone. And in Michelle, he found not just a partner, but a grounding force, someone who reminded him of what truly mattered. They built their life around simple rituals. Dinners where phones were left in another room. Weekends spent watching their daughters grow. Quiet evenings when the weight of the world could be set aside for a little while. He often said that being a father was his most important job, more consequential than any title he would ever hold. His faith in democracy was another cornerstone of his philosophy. He believed deeply in the messy, imperfect process of self-governance, the idea that people could come together, debate, argue, and eventually find common ground. He knew it didn't always work. He had seen firsthand how politics could be divisive, even cruel. But he refused to give up on the ideal. Democracy isn't a spectator sport, he would say. That belief led him to encourage young people to get involved, to run for office, to make their voices heard. He knew that change didn't happen by waiting for someone else to do it. And then there was his sense of humor, a quiet, wry wit that often disarmed even his fiercest critics. He could laugh at himself, at the absurdity of politics, at the little ironies of life. It was a way of staying human in a world that often demanded inhuman perfection, whether teasing a staffer or delivering a perfectly timed joke at a press dinner. His lightness reminded people that leadership didn't have to be solemn to be serious. In his later years, after leaving office, he often spoke about the importance of stepping back, of making space for the next generation. He took up gardening, finding solace in the slow, patient work of tending to living things. There was something symbolic in it, the way a seed, given time and care, could grow into something strong and fruitful. It mirrored his belief in people, in the potential that lay dormant in every community, waiting for the right conditions to flourish. When he reflected on his life, he did so with a sense of gratitude for the people who had shaped him, for the chances he had been given, for the small moments of joy that balanced the weight of responsibility. And so, as the years passed, he found peace in the quiet rhythms, the sound of rain on the roof, the warmth of the sun on his face, the laughter of his grandchildren. The world kept turning, as it always had, and he was content to play his part, however small, in its unfolding story, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. But life, like the seasons, is never without its storms. Long before the quiet contentment of his later years, Barack Obama faced winds that could have uprooted a lesser soul. His journey was not one of unbroken success. It was marked by moments of doubt, setbacks that tested his resilience, and obstacles that seemed, at times, insurmountable. Yet each challenge, rather than breaking him, became another stitch in the tapestry of his character, another lesson in the quiet strength of perseverance. Even in childhood, he carried within him the weight of absence. His father, a man of great intellect and charisma, was seldom present, a figure more imagined than known. Young Barack, then called Bari, felt that absence keenly, a hollow space where a father's guidance might have been. His mother, though loving and fiercely devoted, was often away, pursuing her work in distant countries. For a time, he lived with his grandparents in Hawaii, a boy caught between worlds, between black and white, between belonging and not quite fitting in. He would later write of those years with honesty, describing the confusion of a child searching for identity, wondering where he truly belonged. Yet, in that uncertainty, he found his first lessons in resilience. His grandparents provided stability, a safe harbor where he could grow. His mother, even from afar, instilled in him a love of learning, of curiosity about the wider world. And though the questions of identity lingered sharp and persistent, they also shaped him, forcing him to think deeply about who he was and who he might become. In his his early career, the setbacks continued. As a young community organizer in Chicago, he faced the slow, grinding work of trying to make change in neighborhoods hollowed out by factory closures and neglect. Doors closed in his face. Meetings were sparsely attended. Promises from officials often evaporated into empty words. There were moments when he wondered if his efforts mattered at all, if anyone even noticed the small, tireless work of rebuilding hope in places others had written off. But he stayed, he listened. He learned that real change didn't come in grand declarations, but in the quiet, patient labor of showing up, day after day. Even when progress seemed invisible, it was here, in the streets of Chicago, that he began to understand the power of persistence, that even the mightiest oak was once a seed that refused to stop growing. Later, when he entered politics, the challenges only grew steeper. His first run for Congress ended in a humbling defeat, a loss so decisive it could have been the end of his political aspirations. For a time, he questioned whether he had misjudged his path, whether the rejection was a sign he should step away. But instead of retreating, he reflected. He considered what had gone wrong, what he could do differently. Senate, he approached it with a deeper understanding of himself and the kind of leader he wanted to be. Even then, the road was not smooth. As a senator, and later as a presidential candidate, he faced skepticism, prejudice, and outright hostility. There were those who said he was too inexperienced, others who questioned whether America was ready for a black president. The weight of history pressed down on him, the unspoken burden of being the first, of carrying the hopes of so many who saw in him a symbol of progress. Yet, through it all, he remained steady. He learned to meet anger with calm, to answer doubt with quiet confidence. He surrounded himself with people who believed in the work, who reminded him that no one builds a bridge alone. And when the storms of criticism grew loudest, he would often retreat, not in defeat, but in reflection. He would find stillness in the early mornings, reading letters from ordinary people who shared their struggles, their dreams. Those letters grounded him, reminding him why he had entered public service in the first place. Even in the White House, where the weight of the world rested on his shoulders, there were moments of profound difficulty. The financial crisis, wars, natural disasters, each demanded impossible choices. Each carried consequences that would ripple far beyond his time in office. There were nights when sleep eluded him, when the magnitude of responsibility pressed down like a physical weight. But he had learned by then that leadership was not about having all the answers. It was about listening, about gathering the best minds, about making the best decision possible with the information at hand, and then having the courage to stand by it through every setback, every moment of doubt. He carried with him the lessons of his early years, the knowledge that progress is slow, that change is built not in leaps, but in small, deliberate steps. He understood that failure was not an ending but a teacher, that the most important victories often came after the hardest fights. And so, when he left office, he did so without bitterness, without regret. He had given what he could, done what he believed was right, and trusted that others would carry the work forward. In the quiet of his garden, as he tended to the soil, he saw the same truth he had known all along, that growth takes time, that even the deepest roots begin as something fragile. The challenges had shaped him, but they had not defined him. What remained was the man who had learned, above all else, to keep going, to plant the seeds, even if he might never see the full harvest. And in that knowledge, he found not just peace, but a quiet, unshakable joy. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Few people know that Barack Obama, long before he became a household name, was a man who found solace in the quiet hum of everyday life, in the small, unremarkable moments that never made headlines. He was, for instance, an avid basketball player, not just as a casual hobby, but with a deep, almost meditative appreciation for the game. On the court, he moved with a fluid grace, his tall frame gliding effortlessly as he practiced jump shots for hours. The rhythmic sound of the ball against pavement, a kind of therapy. He once joked that if he hadn't gone into politics, he might have tried his hand at coaching, though he admitted his jump shot was better suited for pickup games than the NBA. There was something almost poetic in the way he played, not for competition, but for the sheer joy of the game. He loved the camaraderie of it, the unspoken language between players who passed the ball without needing words. In the White House, he had a court installed, and on stressful days, he would slip away for a game with friends or staff. The sound of sneakers squeaking against hardwood, a welcome distraction from the weight of the world on his shoulders. Another little-known facet of Obama was his love for writing, not just speeches, but personal reflections, letters, even snippets of fiction. Long before Dreams from My Father made him a celebrated author, he filled notebooks with observations, fragments of stories, and quiet musings about identity, belonging, and the slow unfolding of life. He wrote not because he had to, but because it helped him think, helped him untangle the knots of his own mind. There was a time during his early days in Chicago when he toyed with the idea of writing a novel, a quiet, introspective story about ordinary people navigating the complexities of race and class. Music, too, was a constant companion. He had an eclectic taste: jazz, blues, hip-hop, even the occasional country song, and could often be found humming along to Stevie Wonder or swaying to the deep, resonant notes of John Coltrane. He once admitted that he had a secret love for old-school R&B, the kind of music that made you want to slow dance in the kitchen with someone you loved. His playlists were carefully curated, a mix of the nostalgic and the new, and he took great pleasure in sharing songs with friends. as if each one was a small piece of himself he was handing over. Then there was his fascination with the night sky. On clear evenings, especially during his time in the White House, he would sometimes step outside onto the Truman balcony, tilt his head back, and simply gaze at the stars. It was a habit he had carried since childhood, when the vast Hawaiian sky stretched endlessly above him, a reminder of how small he was in the grand scheme of things. He found comfort in that smallness, in knowing that the universe was so much bigger than the problems of any single person, any single presidency. He was also, surprisingly, a man who loved bad movies. Not the critically acclaimed ones, not the Oscar contenders, but the cheesy, over-the-top action flicks, the kind where the dialogue was ridiculous and the explosions defied physics. He once confessed that after a long day of policymaking, there was nothing quite like sitting back with a bowl of popcorn and watching something utterly mindless. It was a small rebellion against the weight of seriousness that came with his job, a way to laugh at the absurdity of it all. And then there was his cooking, or rather, his lack of it. Michelle often teased him about his inability to master even the simplest recipes. He could grill a decent burger, but beyond that, the kitchen was not his domain. Still, he took pride in his one specialty, chili. It was a recipe he had tweaked over the years, adding a little more spice here, a dash of something unexpected there. He loved serving it to friends, watching their faces as they took the first bite, the warmth of the meal filling the room with an easy, unpretentious comfort. Perhaps the most unexpected thing about Obama was his sense of humor, dry, self-deprecating, and often delivered with a perfectly timed raise of the eyebrows. He could diffuse tension with a well-placed joke, turn a serious moment into something lighter without diminishing its importance. He once pretended to photobomb a tourist's picture at the Grand Canyon, slipping into the frame with an exaggerated grin before walking away as if nothing had happened. Moments like these revealed a man who didn't take himself too seriously, who understood that laughter was sometimes the best way to bridge the gap between people. But beneath all these quirks and quiet passions was a man who cherished stillness. He was an early riser, often up before dawn, savoring the hush of the world before it woke. He would sit with a cup of coffee, the steam curling into the cool morning air, and simply breathe. In those moments, he was not the president, not the historic figure, just a man, watching the light change, listening to the birds, feeling the slow, steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. These were the things that made him human, the small, uncelebrated parts of his life that never made the news. The way he folded his socks meticulously, the way he doodled absent-mindedly during meetings, the way he could recite entire passages of his favorite books from memory. He was a man who loved deeply, who worried about his daughter's happiness, who still got nervous before big speeches, even after all those years. And when his time in the spotlight faded, when the crowds dispersed and the cameras turned away, he returned returned to the things that had always grounded him: the sound of a basketball bouncing on pavement, the scratch of a pen on paper, the quiet hum of a song playing softly in the background. He was, after all, just a man who had lived a life full of contradictions, full of triumphs and stumbles, full of ordinary moments that somehow, in their own quiet way, became extraordinary. And if you listen closely, in the stillness of the night, you can almost hear it, the echo of his laughter, the whisper of pages turning, the soft, steady sound of a man who knew that the truest measure of a life was not in the grand gestures, but in the small, quiet things that filled the spaces in between. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Barack Obama's life unfolded against a backdrop of profound change, a world shifting in ways both subtle and seismic. He was born in 1961, a year when the Cold War hummed with tension, when the space race captured imaginations, and when a young president named John F. Kennedy spoke of a new frontier. The air was thick with possibility and peril, a duality that would shape much of the century to come. His early years were spent in Hawaii, a place where the Pacific breeze carried the scent of salt and plumeria, where the mingling of cultures made the islands a quiet metaphor for the kind of world he would later envision, one where differences could coexist, even flourish. The 1960s and 70s were eras of upheaval and reinvention. As a boy, he would have seen the images flickering on television screens, the civil rights marches, the moon landing, the protests against the Vietnam War. These were the years when America confronted its own contradictions, when the promise of equality clashed with the reality of segregation, when the dream of peace ran headlong into the machinery of war. His mother, a woman of curiosity and compassion, filled their home with books and music, with stories of distant places and ideals worth striving for. She taught him early that the world was vast and complicated, that history was not just something to read about, but something to shape. By the time he arrived at college in the late 1970s, the country was in a mood of introspection. The optimism of the early 60s had given way to a more tempered realism. Watergate had eroded trust in institutions. The oil crisis had exposed vulnerabilities, and the economy sputtered with inflation. And yet, there was also a sense of renewal. Music, art, and literature pulsed with new energy. Disco and punk, hip-hop and postmodern novels, all speaking to a culture in flux. It was during these years that Obama began to ask himself the questions that would define his path. Who was he? Where did he belong? What could he contribute? The 1980s brought another shift, a decade of booming stock markets and growing inequality, of Reagan's Morning in America rhetoric and the escalating AIDS crisis. As a community organizer in Chicago, Obama worked in neighborhoods where the promises of the American dream felt distant, where factories had closed and hope was hard-won. He listened to people's stories, the laid-off steelworker, the single mother juggling 2 jobs, the elderly couple watching their block change around them. These conversations stayed with him, grounding his later belief that politics wasn't just about policy, but about people, about the quiet dignity of ordinary lives. Then came the 1990s, a time of both prosperity and paradox. The Cold War ended. The internet began to weave its way into daily life, and the culture wars raged on. As a law professor, then a state senator, Obama navigated a world where progress and backlash walked hand in hand. He saw how technology could connect people, but also divide them, how globalization could lift economies, but leave some behind. And always, there was the question of race, the unresolved tension that ran like a current beneath the surface of American life. His own identity, straddling black and white, Kenya and Kansas, gave him a unique lens through which to see these fractures and the possibility of healing them. By the time he ran for president in 2008, the world felt both smaller and more fragmented. The September 11 attacks had reshaped foreign policy. The financial crisis had shaken faith in the system, and the digital age had transformed how people communicated. His campaign was buoyed by a yearning for something new, for a politics that could bridge divides rather than deepen them. His speeches often returned to the same theme, that out of many, we are one. It was an old idea, but in that moment, it felt fresh, necessary. His presidency unfolded amid storms, both literal and metaphorical hurricanes and recessions, wars and protests. There were triumphs, like the Affordable Care Act, and setbacks, like the relentless gridlock in Congress. Through it all, he remained a man who found solace in the small things, the sound of his daughters laughing downstairs, the rhythm of a basketball game on a quiet afternoon, the weight of a book in his hands late at night. And when his time in office ended, the world kept turning, as it always does. New leaders emerged, new challenges arose. But the echoes of his era remained, the belief that change was possible, that progress was not inevitable, but something to be fought for day by day, in ways both large and small. Now, when the night is still and the noise of the day has faded, you can almost hear the traces of that time, the murmur of crowds chanting, "Yes, we can," the scratch of a pen signing a bill into law, the quiet hum of a man sitting at his desk, thinking not just of history, but of the people who would live it long after he was gone. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Barack Obama's presence in American culture was like a slow, steady wave, one that didn't crash all at once, but rippled outward, reshaping the shoreline of how people saw themselves and their country. His rise to the presidency was not just a political event. It was a cultural moment, one that carried the weight of history and the lightness of possibility. To understand his impact, you have to listen to the quiet shifts, the way conversations changed, way people held themselves a little differently, the way the very idea of leadership expanded to include voices that had long been kept at the margins. It began with his voice, that deep, measured tone that could rise to the pitch of a sermon or settle into the warmth of a fireside chat. He spoke in complete sentences, in paragraphs that unfolded like stories, and in doing so, he reminded people that politics didn't have to be sound bites and shouting. His speeches were not just policy statements. They were invitations to imagine a different kind of America. When he talked about hope, it wasn't just a campaign slogan. It was a call to see the country not as it was, but as it could be, and in that space between reality and aspiration, something shifted. Young people, especially, began to believe that they had a place in the political process, that their voices mattered. Voter turnout among millennials surged in 2008, not just because of policy promises, but because he made civic engagement feel like something personal, something alive. But his influence went beyond words. It was in the way he carried himself, the ease with which he moved through spaces that had once been guarded by tradition. He was a president who could dance on a talk show, who could joke about his own flaws, who could sit on the edge of a child's chair in a classroom and listen as much as he spoke. He normalized a kind of leadership that was approachable, human, even playful at times. And in doing so, he made the White House feel less like an ivory tower and more like a place where real people could belong. Then there was the way he reshaped the cultural landscape simply by existing in it. For many Black Americans, his presidency was a revelation, not because it erased centuries of injustice, but because it proved that the highest office in the land was not beyond reach. Parents who had grown up under Jim Crow now had to explain to their children that yes, a Black man could be president. Little girls, especially little Black girls, saw Michelle Obama in the East Wing and realized that intelligence, grace, and strength could wear pearls and a designer dress. The Obamas didn't just occupy the White House, they expanded its meaning. And yet, his impact wasn't limited to race. He became a symbol of something broader, the idea that identity was not a barrier, but a lens through which to see the world more clearly. He spoke openly about being the son of a Kenyan father and a Kansan mother, about growing up in Hawaii and Indonesia, about the way his life had been shaped by the collision of cultures. In a country that often demanded simplicity, he embraced complexity, and in doing so, he gave others permission to do the same. Writers, artists, and thinkers found new ways to explore the intersections of identity. And suddenly, the stories being told in books, films, and music reflected a more nuanced America. Even the way he engaged with art and literature left a mark. He was a president who quoted Toni Morrison in speeches, who included Lin-Manuel Miranda's Hamilton cast at the White House, who released summer reading lists that sent obscure novels climbing the bestseller charts. He understood that culture wasn't separate from politics. It was the soil in which politics grew. And by championing artists, poets, and musicians, he reminded the country that creativity was not a luxury, but a necessity. Of course, not everyone embraced this vision. His presidency also exposed deep fractures in American society, revealing just how divided the country remained. The backlash was fierce: birther conspiracies, racial dog whistles, the constant undercurrent of doubt about whether he truly belonged. But even the resistance he faced became part of his cultural legacy, because it forced a conversation about what it meant to be an American, about who got to define patriotism, about whether the country could ever truly reconcile its ideals with its history. Over time, public perception of him softened, as it often does with former presidents. The sharp edges of partisan conflict blurred, and what remained was the image of a man who had governed with dignity, who had weathered crises without losing his composure, who had left the office with his integrity intact. Polls showed his approval ratings climbing steadily after he left the White House, a reminder that history's judgment is often kinder than the present's. And then there were the quieter ways his influence lingered. The young activists who cut their teeth organizing for his campaigns went on to lead movements for climate justice, for racial equality, for gun reform. The phrase, "yes, we can," didn't disappear. It was repurposed, reclaimed, woven into the language of a new generation's struggles. Even his missteps, the drone strikes, the deportations, the compromises that left some of his supporters disillusioned, became lessons in the limits of power, in the hard choices that define any presidency. Now, years later, you can still see traces of his era everywhere. In the way politicians speak, in the way young people engage with civic life, in the way popular culture grapples with race and belonging. His memoir, A Promised Land Asterisk, sits on nightstands and bookstore shelves, a quiet testament to the power of reflection, of taking stock of what was won and what was lost. His foundation, the Obama Presidential Center, rises slowly in Chicago, not just as a monument, but as a living space meant to nurture the next wave of leaders. And on nights like this, when the world is hushed and the weight of the day has lifted, you can almost feel the echo of those 8 years, the stirring of something that was never just about one man, but about the millions who saw themselves in him, who believed, if only for a moment, that the arc of history could bend a little faster. It's a gentle thought, one that doesn't demand anything of you, but simply rests there, like the memory of a voice you once knew by heart. So let it linger. Let it settle over you like the softest blanket, the kind that doesn't smother, but soothes. And as you drift, remember that history is not just made in grand speeches or dramatic victories. It's made in the quiet moments, in the spaces between what was and what could be, just like the sound of a page turning in the stillness of night, or the faintest whisper of a promise still waiting to be kept. With the gentleness of falling snow, We transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. There was a moment, long before the world knew his name, when Barack Obama was just a young man standing in his grandmother's kitchen in Honolulu, watching her roll out dough for her famous peanut butter pie. She moved with a quiet precision, her hands steady, the scent of melted butter and brown sugar filling the air. He would lean against the counter, listening to her stories, how she had worked her way up from a secretary to become one of the first female vice presidents at a local bank, how she had raised him with the same no-nonsense love she gave her own children. It was in these small, ordinary moments that he first learned the weight of perseverance, the quiet strength of someone who had seen hardship but refused to let it define her. Years later, long after her passing, he would still think of her whenever he needed a reminder of where his own resilience came from. Then there was the time, during his early days as a community organizer in Chicago, when he found himself sitting in a church basement on a freezing winter night, listening to steelworkers talk about their struggles. The room was drafty, the coffee weak, but the stories were powerful. Families barely scraping by, jobs disappearing overnight. One man, his hands rough from years of labor, spoke about how he had lost everything, but still believed in the promise of something better. It was in those dimly lit gatherings that Obama began to understand the slow, patient work of change, not as a grand gesture, but as a series of small, persistent acts of hope. Years later, in the White House, he carried those lessons with him. There was an evening early in his presidency when he slipped away from the formalities of a state dinner and found himself in the kitchen with the staff. He shook hands with the dishwashers, the line cooks, the people who moved unseen behind the grandeur of the residence. One older woman, her hair tucked neatly under a hairnet, shyly told him how proud her son was to serve in Afghanistan. Obama listened, nodding, his voice softening as he asked about her boy's name, his unit. It was a fleeting moment, unnoticed by the guests in the other room, but it spoke to something deeper, his understanding that dignity wasn't about titles or spotlights, but about seeing people, really seeing them, even in the most stressful moments of his presidency. He found ways to stay grounded. On the night the Affordable Care Act passed, after months of grueling negotiations and near collapses, he retreated to the treaty room in the White House residence. The weight of the moment was immense. Millions of lives would be changed by this legislation. But instead of celebrating right away, he sat quietly, flipping through the pages of the bill one last time. Later, he would admit that he thought of his mother, who had spent the last years of her life battling cancer while fighting with insurance companies. That night, he allowed himself a rare moment of stillness, letting the enormity of it all settle in. And then there were the small, almost forgotten moments that revealed his humanity. Like the time he surprised a group of kids playing basketball on the South Lawn, joining their game for a few minutes before returning to a meeting, or the way he would sometimes sneak downstairs late at night to the White House kitchen, rummaging for a snack, only to be caught by a startled staffer. He'd flash that familiar grin, asking if they could keep it between them, even after leaving office. The quiet rhythms of his life continued to reflect who he was. On summer evenings, he could sometimes be spotted biking through Martha's Vineyard, sunglasses on, no entourage in sight, or sitting on a bench with Michelle, sharing an ice cream cone like any other couple on a lazy afternoon. These are the stories that exist beyond the history books, the unguarded laughter, the pauses between speeches, the late-night phone calls to old friends just to check in. They remind us that behind every public figure is a person who loves, who doubts, who finds joy in the simplest things. And as you drift off tonight, think of those moments not as grand turning points, but as the quiet threads that weave together a life well lived, the sound of waves outside his childhood home in Hawaii, the hum of a Chicago L train in the distance, the rustle of pages as he reads late into the night. These are the whispers of a story still unfolding, one that doesn't need to rush, doesn't need to shout, but simply continues, steady and sure, like the tide rolling in, then gently receding. And with that, let your thoughts soften, your breaths deepen, as the weight of the day finally lifts, leaving only the quiet promise of rest. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the years that followed his presidency, Barack Obama settled into a rhythm that was at once quieter, and yet no less purposeful. The frenetic energy of the White House gave way to long mornings spent writing in sunlit rooms, afternoons walking through the woods near his home, and evenings listening to jazz records, the soft crackle of vinyl adding warmth to the melodies. He and Michelle often sat on their back porch, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and violet, talking about everything and nothing, just as they had in those early days in Chicago, before history called their names. His memoir, A Promised Land Asterisk, became a bridge between the past and the present, a way for him to reflect on the triumphs and trials of his presidency, while inviting readers to step into the quieter, more personal moments that shaped him. The book was met with deep appreciation, not just for its insights into policy and politics, but for its honesty, how he wrote about doubt, about the weight of decisions, about missing his daughters' birthdays because of the relentless demands of the job. People who had admired him from afar found themselves recognizing something familiar in those pages. The universal struggle to balance ambition with love, duty with family. Beyond writing, he continued to nurture the next generation of leaders through the Obama Foundation, guiding young activists with the same patience and wisdom that had once been offered to him. He would sit in circles with them, listening more than speaking, nodding as they shared their dreams and frustrations. There was no rush, no need to assert his presence, just the steady, reassuring knowledge that experience could be shared without ego. That progress was a relay race, not a sprint. On the global stage, his voice remained a steadying force. Whether speaking about democracy, climate change, or racial justice, his words carried the weight of someone who had navigated the highest pressures and emerged with his optimism intact. Critics sometimes called him too measured, too deliberate. But those who listened closely heard the quiet urgency beneath his calm, the belief that change, though slow, was always possible if people refused to give up. At home, his presence was softer, more relaxed. He could often be found in the kitchen, trying out new recipes, sometimes with success, other times with laughter as a dish turned out unexpectedly. He and Michelle took up gardening, learning the rhythms of the earth, the patient art of waiting for something to grow. There was something deeply satisfying, he would say, in seeing the first green shoots push through the soil, a reminder that even in stillness, life was unfolding. When he spoke about legacy, he rarely mentioned laws passed or crises averted. Instead, he talked about the people, the young girl who told him she wanted to be president because she saw that someone who looked like her could, the veteran who said the Affordable Care Act had saved his life, the activist who reminded him that the work was never really finished. These were the markers that mattered to him, the ripples of a life spent in service. And then there were the small joys, the sound of rain against the windows as he read late into the night, the way Sasha and Malia still teased him about his dad jokes, the quiet pride in seeing Michelle flourish in her own right, her voice as powerful and necessary as ever. He often thought about his mother's advice, all those years ago, that the point of life wasn't to be important, but to be kind, to be curious, to leave things better than you found them. Now, in the evening of his life, he found comfort in that simplicity. The world still turned, still faced its challenges, but he had learned that no single person had to carry it all. His role had shifted from leader to mentor, from president to storyteller, from the man making history to the one preserving it, ensuring that the lessons of the past were not lost on those who would shape the future. And so, as the years passed, he moved through them with the same grace he had always embodied, never in a hurry, never with regret, but with a quiet assurance that the work would continue, carried forward by those he had inspired along the way. His was a legacy, not just of policies, but of possibility, the proof that a child born in Hawaii to a mother from Kansas and a father from Kenya could grow up to reshape a nation's idea of itself. As the stars emerged on clear nights, he would sometimes step outside and look up, just as he had as a boy, marveling at the vastness of it all. The same sky that had stretched over his childhood now stretched over this moment, over every moment still to come. And in that quiet, under the endless expanse, there was peace, the gentle understanding that a life, no matter how large, was still just a part of something greater, something timeless. So let your breathing slow now. Your thoughts settle like leaves drifting to the ground. Imagine the sound of waves again, the whisper of pages turning, the soft hum of a world that keeps moving forward, carried by the quiet, steady hands of those who believe in better days. And as sleep pulls you under, know that stories like his full of struggle and hope, of ordinary moments and extraordinary impact, are still being written, still unfolding like the tide rolling in, then gently receding again and again into the night. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. The story of Barack Obama is not one that ended when he left the White House, but rather one that continues to ripple outward, touching lives in ways both seen and unseen. His legacy lingers like the soft glow of dusk, a quiet presence that shapes conversations, policies, and dreams long after the moment has passed. It is a legacy of words spoken with care, of actions taken with conviction, and of a vision that insisted on hope, even when the path forward seemed uncertain. And as the years unfold, that vision has not faded. It has been carried forward, reinterpreted, and sometimes even challenged, as all great ideas must be, by those who came after him. Think of the young leaders who stepped into the light because they saw in Obama's story a reflection of their own possibility. There were those who, like him, came from places where opportunity was not guaranteed, yet dared to believe they could make a difference. Some of them now sit in city councils, in state legislatures, even in the halls of Congress, their voices rising with the same measured clarity he once brought to the national stage. Others work quietly in classrooms, courtrooms, and community centers, weaving his belief in collective action into the fabric of their daily lives. They speak of him not as a distant figure, but as proof that the barriers they once thought unbreakable could, in fact, be moved. Consider the Obama Foundation, a living extension of his belief in the power of people to shape their own futures. Through its programs, young leaders from across the globe gather, not to mimic his journey, but to draw inspiration from it as they chart their own. They come from Chicago and Cape Town, from Jakarta and Johannesburg, each carrying stories of struggle and resilience. And in those gatherings, there is a quiet understanding that leadership is not about a single voice, but about lifting others, about listening as much as speaking, about recognizing that change is rarely swift, but always possible. The foundation does not seek to replicate Obama's presidency, but to nurture the values that defined it: empathy, curiosity, and an unshakable faith in the power of ordinary people to do extraordinary things. Then there are the movements that emerged in his wake, some directly inspired by his call to engagement, others shaped in reaction to the limits of what his administration achieved. The young activists of the Sunrise Movement, demanding bold action on climate change carry forward his belief in the urgency of the moment, even as they push beyond the compromises of his era. The organizers of Black Lives Matter, while critical of aspects of his presidency, still draw from his example in their insistence that America must confront its history to move forward. His legacy in this way is not a monument to be preserved, but a conversation to be continued, one that evolves with each new generation's understanding of justice, equality, and what it means to lead, even in the realm of policy. His influence lingers like the last notes of a fading melody. The Affordable Care Act, once a contentious battleground, has now become a foundation upon which further expansions of healthcare access are built. The Paris Agreement, though temporarily abandoned, was rejoined with renewed commitment, a testament to the idea that progress does not move in a straight line, but in cycles of push and pull. The Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, born from his administration's recognition of the humanity of undocumented youth, remains a lifeline for hundreds of thousands, even as its future is debated in courts and legislatures. These were not perfect solutions. No policy ever is, but they were steps forward, and steps leave imprints for others to follow. And then there are the quieter echoes, the ones that don't make headlines, but shape lives all the same. The teacher who reads of thee, I sing asterisk to her students, reminding them that they too are part of America's story. The father who tells his daughter about the night a black man was elected president, and how the world felt different the next morning. The young writer who picks up Dreams from My Father asterisk and sees in its pages not just a politician's memoir, but a roadmap for making sense of identity, belonging, and the tangled beauty of family. These are the moments where Obama's legacy lives most vividly, not in grand gestures, but in the small, personal ways his story becomes intertwined with others. Of course, no legacy is without its complexities. There are those who argue that his faith in bipartisanship was naive, that his policies did not go far enough, that the promise of hope and change was never fully realized. These critiques are not dismissals of his impact, but part of the ongoing dialogue he himself invited, the understanding that democracy is not a finished work, but a constant becoming. Even in disagreement, there is a recognition that his presence altered the landscape, that the questions he raised about who gets to lead and what leadership should look like remain urgent and unresolved. As night deepens and the world grows quieter, it's easy to imagine him still, somewhere under the same sky that stretched over his childhood, reflecting on all of this, not with pride or regret, but with the calm assurance of someone who knows that a life's work is never truly done, that it is carried forward by others, reshaped, reimagined, and sometimes resisted, but never forgotten. The young activists, the policymakers, the teachers and parents and dreamers, they are the keepers of that work now. and in their hands, it becomes something new, something alive, something that continues to breathe long after the moment has passed. So let your thoughts drift now, like leaves on a gentle current, toward sleep. Imagine the sound of distant laughter, the rustle of pages turning in a well-loved book, the hum of a city still awake, but softening into night. And as you drift, remember this: legacies are not static things. They are living, breathing, ever-changing. They are made not just in the spotlight, but in the quiet spaces between in the stories we tell, the lessons we pass down, the belief that tomorrow can be better than today. And in that belief, there is rest. There is peace. There is the quiet certainty that the work goes on, carried forward on the tide of time, wave after wave, into the endless, starry dark. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The story of Barack Obama, like all great stories told under the glow of history's lamp, has been smoothed by time and retelling, its sharper edges softened, its contradictions sometimes tucked beneath the folds of myth. It is natural, perhaps even inevitable, that a figure who carried the weight of so many hopes would be simplified, made into a symbol more than a man, an idea more than a collection of choices and compromises. But if we listen closely, beneath the familiar refrains of his presidency, there are quieter truths waiting to be heard, complexities that resist easy summary. One of the most persistent myths is that Obama was a radical, a revolutionary who sought to upend the American system. The image was repeated so often that it became its own kind of truth, echoed in town halls and cable news debates, whispered in the background of political campaigns. And yet, those who knew his work best understood that his instincts were often those of a pragmatist, a man who believed in the slow, steady machinery of democracy. The Affordable Care Act, for example, was not a sweeping government takeover, but a carefully negotiated framework built on ideas that had once been championed by Republicans. Even his foreign policy, often painted with broad strokes as either too cautious or too interventionist, was marked by deliberation, a weighing of consequences that frustrated critics on all sides. The truth is that Obama was not an ideologue, but a negotiator, a man who trusted in the possibility of common ground, even as that ground shifted beneath his feet. Another common misconception is that his election marked the arrival of a post-racial America, that the sight of a black family in the White House meant the country had moved beyond its oldest wounds. It was a comforting idea, one that allowed many to believe the work was done. But Obama himself never claimed such a victory. He spoke often of progress, yes, but also of the deep and enduring scars of racism, the way it lingered not just in laws, but in the quiet assumptions of daily life. His presidency did not erase these tensions, it revealed them, sometimes painfully. The backlash he faced, the conspiracy theories that clung to him like shadows, were reminders that the myth of a colorblind America was just that, a myth. And yet, even in the face of this, he carried himself with a steadiness that seemed to say, "This is the work." Then there is the idea that Obama was a man untouched by doubt, that his famous calm was the same as certainty, but those who worked closely with him speak of a different man, one who wrestled with decisions, who lay awake at night, turning over the costs of action and inaction. The choice to authorize the raid that killed Osama bin Laden, for instance, was not made lightly. The weight of it sat with him in the quiet hours. The knowledge that lives American lives, civilian lives, hung in the balance. Even his speeches, so often remembered for their soaring rhetoric, were the product of revision, of second-guessing, of the understanding that words mattered, that they could heal or wound. The image of unshakable confidence was, in part, a performance, one that reassured a nation, but one that did not always reflect the man behind the podium. Some have argued that Obama's greatest failing was his faith in bipartisanship, that he wasted precious time reaching across an aisle that was already moving away. There is truth in this critique, but it is not the whole truth. What is often forgotten is how much he achieved despite the resistance, how the Recovery Act staved off a second Great Depression, how the Dodd-Frank reforms reigned in the excesses of Wall Street, how his environmental policies laid the groundwork for future action on climate change. These were not small things, and yet they were not enough to satisfy those who wanted faster, bolder change. The tension between what was possible and what was necessary haunted his presidency, as it haunts every presidency. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of Obama's story is the loneliness of his position, the way he stood at the intersection of so many expectations, so many conflicting demands. To Black Americans, he was a symbol of pride and possibility. To young progressives, he was both an inspiration and, later, a disappointment for not going far enough. To his opponents, he was a stand-in for everything they feared about a changing country. And yet, through it all, he remained, in his own words, a Rorschach test, a mirror for the hopes and anxieties of others. It is easy to forget now how much weight that must have carried, how exhausting it must have been to be so many things to so many people. And so, as the night stretches on and the world outside grows still, it is worth remembering that history is rarely as simple as the stories we tell. The real Obama was neither the saint of some narratives nor the villain of others, but a man who navigated an impossible job with all the grace and grit he could muster. His legacy, like all legacies, is still being written, not just by historians, but by teachers who quote his speeches, by activists who push beyond his policies, by ordinary people who still find hope in his example. So let your breathing slow now, your thoughts settling like dust in the lamplight. There will always be more to say, more to question, more to understand. But for tonight, let it be enough to know that the story is not over, that the conversation continues, that even in the quietest hours, the work of understanding goes on, and as sleep draws near, let the last thought be a gentle one, that history, like memory, is never fixed, never finished, always alive in the retelling. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter as we drift toward the close of this quiet reflection on Barack Obama's life and legacy. Let us do so with the same measured calm that he so often brought to the world's most turbulent moments. His story is one of quiet endurance, of a man who carried the weight of history without buckling beneath it, who faced the glare of scrutiny without losing the warmth of his humanity. Even now, years after his presidency, his presence lingers not as a fixed monument, but as a living influence, a voice that still resonates in classrooms, in policy debates, in the quiet conversations of those who remember what it felt like to hope. Think of him as a young boy in Hawaii, his feet in the sand, his mind already stretching beyond the horizon, dreaming in ways he could not yet name. Think of him as a student, absorbing the lessons of law and justice, of history and power, preparing without knowing it for a role no one could truly prepare for. Think of him as a community organizer, listening more than speaking, learning that change begins not with grand pronouncements, but with small, patient acts of trust. These early chapters of his life were the foundation of what would come later. The steady, deliberate way he moved through the world, always aware of the stories unfolding around him, always careful not to let his own story drown out the voices of others. Then came the ascent, swift and improbable, a rise that felt to many like the fulfillment of a promise America had long deferred. His election in 2008 was not just a political victory, but a cultural moment, a collective exhale after centuries of tension. For so many, it was proof that the arc of history could bend, that the most entrenched barriers could, in fact, be crossed. But with that triumph came an impossible burden, the knowledge that no single person, no matter how gifted, could live up to the mythology that grew around him. He was, after all, just a man who loved basketball and bad jokes, who fretted over his daughter's homework, who sometimes stayed up too late reading, his mind too restless for sleep. And yet, it was in those ordinary moments that his leadership found its deepest strength. He governed not as an ideologue, but as a pragmatist, threading the needle between idealism and reality, knowing that progress is often measured in inches rather than miles. The Affordable Care Act, the Paris Climate Agreement, the steady hand he extended to a nation reeling from financial collapse. These were not perfect solutions, but they were steps forward, proof that even in a divided time, movement was possible. And when faced with hatred, with obstruction, with the ugliest impulses of politics, he responded not with fury, but with a weary, wry patience, as if he understood that the work of democracy was always messy, always unfinished. Now, in the quiet of hindsight, we see how his legacy stretches far beyond policy. It lives in the young leaders he inspired, in the artists and activists who trace their courage back to his example. It lives in the way he spoke, not in the booming cadence of a preacher, but in the measured, thoughtful tones of a man who believed words mattered, who knew that language could heal as well as divide. His speeches were not just political tools, but offerings, invitations to imagine a better version of the country he loved. And though his critics often accused him of cool detachment, those who listened closely heard the quiet passion beneath the surface, the fire that never needed to roar to be felt. Of course, history's judgment is never final. There are those who will always wish he had been bolder, who will argue that he compromised too much, moved too slowly. There are others who will never forgive him for simply being who he was, a black man in a white house, a symbol of change that unsettled the old order. But perhaps that is the mark of a meaningful life, to be debated, to be claimed and disowned, to live on in the arguments of those who come after. Tonight, as the world outside grows hushed and the weight of the day begins to lift, let us release the need for easy answers. Let us simply sit with the complexity of his story, the way it resists simple endings. The last images we might hold are the small ones, the way he leaned into a microphone with a thoughtful pause before speaking, the way he hugged a grieving parent in Sandy Hook, the way he laughed, full and unguarded, when the moment allowed. These are the fragments that make a life, the quiet notes that linger after the speeches fade. And so, as sleep draws near, let the mind soften, let the breath deepen. Imagine, if you will, the sound of waves against the shore of Hawaii, the place where his story began, where the ocean endlessly reshapes the sand. Nothing is ever truly finished. No legacy is sealed. The work goes on. The conversation continues. And in the stillness of night, we too become part of the story, listeners, dreamers, keepers of memory. Close your eyes now and let the thoughts drift like leaves on water. Tomorrow will bring its own questions, its own reckonings. But for now, rest. The past is patient. It will wait for you